Yeah.
Remember, he has talked years ago about how he didn't think California was managing this properly. I was struck when the president-elect was still a candidate earlier in, late in 2024, when he sat down and talked with Joe Rogan for hours on this podcast. And this issue, I remember coming up and thinking, for people who are skeptical of President Trump and are really checking out his candidacy, the way he moves between all these topics sort of seamlessly, I mean, he knows what he's talking about, whether you like his positions or not. And this issue of water usage out there came up. So this is something President Trump has been critical of for years. And unfortunately, I think people who are caught in this, some of them are bold names we know, but for every one of those, there are thousands of families and names we probably will never know who are suffering out there. They just need help, and they don't care about the politics at this point.
That's important. I mean, there are still thousands and thousands of people who have had to evacuate, do not know the status of their home. I can tell you I have a sister who lives in Los Angeles County. They were temporarily evacuated. It's so nerve-wracking. I don't know how much of the politics folks out there are following, to your point.
Yeah, and when you think about this, and the way it continues to spread, I mean, it's been so difficult as now multiple fires have popped up. I would say on the other side, there are also folks who are saying, well, now it's time for a conversation about climate change and how this is impacting everything. Yeah. So both sides are kind of playing some of the political language about this, but I do think it provokes a conversation about these insurance issues, because in Florida, you've had this huge non-renewal for people who can't get insurance following major hurricanes and storms and flooding there. In California, it's been this fire insurance over the last few months that we're just outside of the state now. More broadly, the rest of the country is hearing about this. And what is someone to do when they lose their insurance? There's no way to renew, and you go searching for other companies, and rates are going to skyrocket in that situation. And we're hearing from many people out there who say they don't have insurance. So for them to watch their home burn to the ground is not only losing their memories and things that are important to them and their children and their families, and watching those schools burn down and really all these big markers in their lives, they may not have any equity in what is now lying in ashes because of this insurance issue. That's gonna have to be another big conversation.
The images have been just absolutely horrific. We obviously know that there are a lot of Los Angeles communities impacted by these wildfires. They need our help. They need our support. The American Red Cross is providing meals and shelters to those families. So we would encourage you, of course, to donate. You can go to you can go to go.fox/Red Cross to find ways to donate. As Fox and so many others try and reach out and do what we can. I wanted to switch gears a little bit because Friday morning here in Washington is a big day at the Supreme Court. This TikTok thing is coming to a head. We are, 9 days away from the ban on TikTok being implemented, but the Supreme Court said, listen, we'll give this a listen. That's an extraordinary timeline. Does that signal to you that they may be skeptical of this law going into effect, this ban going into effect?
Well, Jared, as you and I cover the Supreme Court so much, we know this is lightning speed for them. I mean, to say within a matter of weeks, a couple of
10
weeks.
days ago. Yeah, it was wild.
Let's get it all briefed, and we'll hear arguments on January 10th. I mean, clearly they have an openness to questions about this law. Listen, it had a ton of bipartisan support. You and I covered it when it was passed, signed into law by President Biden in April of 2024. And a lot of people who are part of, Trump's transition team, even some of his nominees, folks like Congressman Mike Waltz. I mean, they were very supportive of this thing.
Yeah,
Marco Rubio, who could be the next Secretary of State, saying we have real concerns about China harvesting this information and tracking U.S.-based data. TikTok says it is it's a First Amendment free speech issue, and that you can't impose what is being called, a divestiture for them. But, those who passed the law, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say it's not a free speech issue. We're not telling you have to shut down TikTok. We're telling you that the parent company cannot be owned by a company linked to a foreign adversary. one like China, you're free to keep operating TikTok, but you can't do it without ownership. So it'll be very interesting to see what the Supreme Court does. Ultimately, I would expect a pretty quick decision.
And to that point, I mean, what's the lens here that the Supreme Court looks at this? Are they looking at this as a free speech challenge? Or, I mean, there are certainly laws on the books that limit foreign ownership of communication systems. Is that kind of the way that they're looking at this?
Well, TikTok argues, and the plaintiffs in the case argue that this is, it's a free speech issue. So they're really pegging this on the First Amendment and saying, listen, when the government wants to take any action to regulate speech, they have to pass some pretty strict standards. The highest is strict scrutiny. So if you're going to limit free speech, you've got to show a compelling government interest and that the solution is as narrowly tailored as possible. The other side of this says this is not a free speech issue. You can keep having your free speech. You just got to change ownership. It's a national security issue. So you and I both know the court has been very protective on First Amendment issues. They protect very unpopular speech, things like the Westboro Baptist Church. They really are protective of those First Amendment rights, but they're also very protective when the government steps forward to say there's a national security issue here. So I'm hoping that we get really active questioning from the justices, so we'll get a good look at exactly where they're going on this.
Let's talk about another big courtroom drama that could play out: the sentencing of President-elect Trump in the hush money trial in New York. Seems clear that jail is out of the question. It seems clear that really any actual punishment may be off the table, but there is significance to the sentencing moving forward in New York State, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, because, critics of President Trump who were happy to see this conviction will note that technically they can't call him a convicted felon until that sentence is entered. I mean, it's a technicality. People have been calling him a convicted felon since the jury came back.
Sure.
But there are those who think, all right, Judge Merchan is fast-tracking this thing, saying, I'm going to do the sentencing. It's going to happen before inauguration because of specific feelings about President-elect Trump.
Does the Supreme Court, do the justices need to provide some clarity to the immunity ruling? There has been a lot made about that ruling, about whether or not it is, how far-reaching it is. They didn't really, the justices in that majority opinion, define kind of what official acts are and non-official acts. Does this sentencing, does this case provide an opportunity for the justices to maybe clarify how they view presidential immunity?
Yeah, Jared, you make a good point. I think it potentially does, because even if Trump is sentenced and that moves forward, there's still going to be, as we've been talking about, that underlying challenge on the merits of this case where the Trump team is saying, no, that immunity decision from the Supreme Court blocks part of the testimony, part of the evidence that was considered in this New York case. So it may be the vehicle that eventually ends up back at the Supreme Court, where it then wades through and says, okay, this is what we meant. This is an official act. This is not an official act. So it could take years. I mean, President Trump may not be president anymore by the time the court decides that. But it's possible this is the vehicle that gets it back there for more clarity on those points.
Sunday, you have a conversation with the vice president-elect.
We do. And the funny thing is, we are referring to him that way. He is still a senator, technically.
That's true.
So he is up on the
What do you call him?
Voting on things. So he's still voting on things. But yeah, he's going to come to us and have a conversation Sunday about the Trump agenda and probably a lot of these things. How do you get these things done? President-elect Trump took a lot of questions this week on whether he would use military force with regard to things like the Panama Canal. We're hoping we'll get some clarity. In Greenland. Hoping to get some clarity from the vice president-elect, his first, major sit-down since he was elected. So we got a lot to discuss.
We will, of course, be watching Fox News Sunday. Shannon Bream, appreciate the time as always.
Thank you, Jared. See you soon.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We're in crunch time right now. A new administration will be sworn in soon. But as great as that is, that also means our enemies have days left to stir up trouble. That could mean a cyber attack, an invasion, or God forbid, a nuclear strike. So until the longtime bureaucrats are out of Washington, it's not worth taking any chances. That's why you need an emergency food supply from My Patriot Supply. Right now, they're offering $100 off their 3-month emergency food kit. It's got 2,000 calories per day for 3 whole months. Plenty to get you through even a prolonged emergency. All their food kits last for up to 25 years in storage. Plus, they come in rugged, weatherproof buckets. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now to order your 3-month emergency food kit. Your safety's worth it. Your security's worth it. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to order your 3-month emergency food kit now. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. 6 till 10.
Gabe Rangel joining us, part of the Travis Manion Foundation, a Marine Corps expert parachutist. The parachute actually goes off automatically?
There's different type of platforms that you're jumping off and if you're pulling. So a halo jump is a high altitude, low opening, meaning you are pulling it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing normal about jumping out of a perfectly good plane.
Gabe Rangel served in the United States military, the Marine Corps, and making sure that our right tackle in Philadelphia is sound physically and mentally.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent while shopping with confidence they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535, 800-511-3535, or biglou.com.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Romo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The big economic news today comes this morning as December's jobs report is released. Economists predicting that 155,000 jobs were added, down from 227,000 in November. The unemployment rate forecasted to hold steady at 4.2%. Also this morning, the markets reopened for trading after being closed for yesterday's National Day of Mourning in honor of former President Jimmy Carter. Today, the Supreme Court hears arguments as TikTok argues against its potential shutdown here in the U.S. later this month. Congress passed a law last year that the platform would be shut down due to national security concerns unless its Chinese owner, ByteDance, sells it. Supermarket chain Kroger paying $110 million in a settlement to resolve a lawsuit by the state of Kentucky, which claimed that Kroger pharmacies helped fuel the opioid epidemic by filling millions of doses of prescriptions. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Cryptocurrencies appear to be all the rage. Bitcoin has more than doubled in price in the past year. And many investors are optimistic about the future of digital tokens, especially since President-elect Trump pledged during his campaign to make America the crypto capital of the planet.
If crypto is going to define the future, I want to be mined, minted, and made in the USA. It's going to be. It's not going to be made anywhere else. And if Bitcoin is going to the moon, as we say, it's going to the moon, I want America to be the nation that leads the way.
Despite the buzz surrounding cryptocurrencies, many of us, including myself, really do not fully understand what they are or how they work.
At heart, what crypto is a new architecture of finance.
Chris Giancarlo, who's a former chairman of the Commodities Future Trading Committee, CFTC, under Trump, and is the author of Crypto Dad, The Fight for the Future of Money.
In fact, only for the last 400 years have we recorded things of value, whether they be the title to our automobile, the title to our home, or our lifelong savings, on the balance sheet of an individual government registry or corporation. That changed in the 1600s when the Bank of Amsterdam said, you know what, you're going to go down to Venice and do some trading, Mr. Shopkeeper or Miss Shopkeeper. Why don't you put your Dutch guilders in our basement and we'll give you a banknote. And when you go down to Venice, you can trade the banknote for credit and then trade down there. And today, 90% of things of value are basically IOUs from financial institutions.
Even like Venmo.
Even like Venmo. Venmo is a modern overlay. One of your staffers just said it's a Band-Aid for the creaky old system. That's exactly right. It looks really sleek on the outside. Underneath it, though, is a highly friction-based system, the system I'm describing to you, the system where value is recorded as IOUs. If you've got $1,000 in a checking account, there's no stack of $100 bills in the bank vault. It's an IOU from them. That's the architecture today. That's 90% of the way the world moves. And when you want to move value around the world, that one institution that you have the IOU from has got to trade that to another institution that's willing to give you an IOU in return for that. And it costs the world between 1% to 2% of its GDP just to move things of value around the world because they've got to be transferred from one institution to another institution. Now,
because just for fees and it takes time and money.
Validation. You know, if you want to get to the Philippines, as many Filipinos living in America do, it's the largest corridor in the world for remittances. It takes them days and it can cost them as much as 17% of their money because of this creaky old system that says the Bank of America has got to credit the Bank of the Philippines Philippines, which has got to credit the local bank in their area, and the system is slow and creaky. Okay. So what crypto is, it's a shorthand. It's not a great phrase. We started out by admitting that. But it's basically an architecture of moving value that says instead of recording value on the balance sheet of Fidelity or a county registry, why don't we record it on the internet?
Okay, so a question. How can somebody do that, though, and say, well, now this is of value and this is money? How can I could just come up with it and say, okay, well, now this is now worth money.
So what crypto says is, in order to record value on the internet, we need a certain set of protocols. Okay. Just as when we went to record information, we came up with HTML, HTTP. The first wave of the internet was all about recording information, whether it's a website, whether it's an email, whether it's a text message, using this wonderful network called the internet. It's a network of networks, okay? Now we're moving to the next phase of the internet, an internet where we're going beyond recording information. We're now recording value.
How?
In order to record value, we need different protocols. And we need different systems of organization. Every time a transaction takes place, a new block to this internet invention called the blockchain.
Yes, we got to talk about that.
Okay, so what is that? Well, remember I said Fidelity records your value on their balance sheet as an IOU. But their balance sheet doesn't talk to BlackRock's balance sheet or another asset manager's balance sheet. So what the blockchain is linking together all these balance sheets so it becomes one giant, in a sense, balance sheet in the cloud. So Bitcoin is not only a blockchain system of recording value, it's actually a reward system for working on it. And the reward system is these things called Bitcoins. Now, they, like any good reward system, they have value, because if you couldn't redeem them for something, then what value would they have? The things you can mostly redeem them for is dollars. You can convert them into dollars. When we go in the supermarket in America, things are priced in dollars. But when you go to the supermarket in France, they're priced in euros. So it's a pricing system. Second thing is it's a means of payment. We pay for things in dollars in this country. If we go to France, we pay in euros. Bitcoin is actually not terribly good for either of those two things. You can't use it to buy a lot of stuff, and you don't find many things priced in Bitcoins. But it's actually turned into a very good store of value. Actually, compared to the dollar, it's probably a better store of value.
And is that how people become Bitcoin millionaires?
Yes. And why is that? Because Bitcoin has programmed into its very DNA that there cannot be more than 21 million Bitcoin ever created.
Who decided that?
The original designers of it. And every new Bitcoin that comes out has that into its DNA. So the only way you could change that is to own more than 50% of all the Bitcoin in the world to reprogram it. And it's not impossible. It's, as a practical matter, it's almost impossible. And so it's a fixed supply commodity, unlike the dollar, which continues to be printed. One out of every $4.
Yes, explain this, because I know that a lot of the interest in creating the Bitcoin, or for people who actually understand it, it's that our government has printed too much money, which has made it gone down in value.
Correct.
And so they are worried that the dollar will continue to weaken.
Right.
And they want to have something of value.
Exactly.
So they decided that these Bitcoin people, that's where to put it.
So traditionally, that was the role that gold played. The reason why governments early in their trajectory backed their money with gold is it made people understand there was a limited amount, and therefore it maintained its value. Once a country goes off a gold standard and they can just print as many of them as they want, the currency loses value. I remember as a child, we would visit Italy and we would laugh because to buy a cup of coffee costs you 10,000 lira for a cup of coffee. Why?
I just got back from Argentina, and a T-shirt is $85,000 or 85,000 pesos. Right.
Well, and why is that? Because they print so many of them, after it becomes worthless. The sad fact is, in the last 5 years, $1 out of every $4 was created. So something that would have, if you, $100 then is worth $75 today. Compare that against something like Bitcoin, where you cannot make more of it. In the case of Bitcoin, when demand goes up, you can't produce more of it. So the only one thing can happen is the price goes up.
So this is, my friend asked, where can you get it?
There are a number of exchanges. Coinbase,
can anybody just go on and say, I'm opening up
open an account and transfer, have your bank transfer cash. and tell them you want to buy Bitcoin.
What about my read on some things? I'm sure I'm probably wrong on this, but my gut instinct is to say, yes, there's that great young man who works here at Fox who I know is a lovely person and is not a terrorist or a bad guy. But it does seem that you read these stories that a lot of bad things are happening by people paying for things in Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, so, I ran a federal regulatory agency. A lot of bad things happen with people using diamonds. A lot of bad things happen with people using good old American cash. In fact, every gangster movie I watch, they show up with suitcases of $100 bills in it, not crypto. Crypto has been used for illicit purposes. It's one of the reasons.
Is it easier?
Well, it's both easier to move. It's also easier to track. Oh. If you ask law enforcement, they would rather the case, the crime be committed with crypto than the suitcase full of $100 bills, because it's going to trace the crypto. Now, it may be traced back to North Korea, where we can't do anything about it, but we know exactly where it went.
Came from. Why does it require so much electricity?
Because creating anything requires electricity. Actually, operating banks and all those ATM machines uses a heck of a lot of electricity. It takes electricity to run this system of value. Now, when it's fully deployed, however, it's going to be a lot cheaper to move money and value around the world than under existing system, where you've got to operate branch banks and you've got personnel involved and you've got all that validation to do and all of those transactions to record. A blockchain is going to be much simpler, much less expensive to operate, and give people much greater access 24/7. You're not going to have to wait till Monday morning and maybe Tuesday on a 3-day weekend to get access to your money. You're going to have access 24/7 all the time.
So here's a good question I had from someone. What is the typical profile of a crypto investor? I'm thinking of my friend in particular who sent me this note. She's a mom of 2 girls. She's married. Should she invest in crypto? I know you're not here to give investment advice, but like a single mom of 2, she's married, but like a single mom of 2 kids, would you say you should definitely get in this market? What
I would say is treat it like what's known as an alternative investment. Watches, cars, oil paintings. Investment advisors will tell you, a couple of percentages of your portfolio in alternative investments. I think BlackRock now are advising clients to have 1% to 2% in crypto. I think that's fair advice.
Aren't all the big banks doing this now?
They're all. So there's a lot changed in Washington just in the last few weeks. Trump has come in on a very pro-crypto agenda. The big thing that's changed is 6 months to 9 months ago, a bank president would have been safe to tell you, we're not getting involved in crypto, it's too dangerous. That's completely reversed. Today, any traditional financial institution that doesn't have a crypto strategy is in threat of actually reputation risk because they're not looking forward. Elections have consequences. The dramatic consequence here is that traditional finance now is suddenly realizing. So in the last few months, or last few weeks, I've met with the CEOs of some of New York's most prominent financial institutions. Every one of them says, I need a crypto strategy. There's reputation risk to their positions as CEO if their firms are not.
So, do Elon Musk's money managers have some of his money in crypto?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So if you believe the future of value is going to be internet-based as opposed to the old way of balance sheet-based, then the way to express that view of the future
it is really hard to get your head around. And we've got to go in a second. It's really hard to get your head around always knowing just like money is green, money looks like $1, money is this is how it looks. And then to have like some guys on the internet got together and decided something is worth value and now you can buy things with it is very hard. I think that's the hurdle that my mind is having a trouble with. I bet that some of these money managers at the big banks might listen to this and learn something. Questions they're afraid to ask.
Yeah.
Chris Giancarlo, what's your book?
Crypto Dad, The Fight for the Future of Money.
Okay. Encourage everybody to get it, and we'll have you back.
Great. Thanks, Dana.
If you want to listen to my full conversation with Chris Giancarlo, you can find it on a special edition of my podcast, Perino on Politics, by going to foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you get your favorite podcasts.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Do you have a special needs child or an older adult in your home? The risk of them leaving the house unnoticed is real and terrifying. But you can protect your loved ones with Vivint Home Security. Right now, Vivint is offering a free doorbell camera with any new plan, plus free installation and low monthly monitoring plans. Call 800-953-6693. That's 800-953-6693. Monthly service agreement required for free installation.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender. What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
News. I'm Sue Guzman. The number of deaths in the California wildfires now up to 10, according to the LA County Medical Examiner's Office. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass with an update on the wildfires Thursday night.
There is a new fire, unfortunately, in West Hills, pushing into Ventura County, and we are expecting this fire to rapidly spread due to high winds.
Police say the Kenneth fire in West Hills being investigated as a possible arson and that a person's been detained. Sentencing set for today in New York, and President-elect Donald Trump's hush money conviction. This after the Supreme Court yesterday refused to delay it.
Frankly, it's a disgrace. It's a judge that shouldn't have been on the case. He's a highly conflicted judge.
Trump is not expected to receive jail time, fines, or probation in the case. And singer and anti-gay rights crusader Anita Bryant has died. She was 84. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Notre Dame will play for the national title. Fighting Irish kicker Mitch Jeter nailed a go-ahead 41-yard field goal with 7 seconds remaining in the college football playoff semifinals, and Notre Dame walked out of the Orange Bowl with a 27-24 victory over Penn State. In a fourth quarter where both teams combined for 31 points, it was Penn State that made the costly error. Nittany Lions quarterback Drew Aller was intercepted with 33 seconds remaining in Penn State territory, and the Fighting Irish were able to get into field goal range. Notre Dame faces the winner of Friday night's matchup between Texas and Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
All right, I'm an SEC guy. I went to an SEC school, and I love the SEC as much as the next person. I'm a big enough person to admit right now, the SEC got their ass whipped this year, and it is not the best conference in college football in 2024. The Big Ten deserves that crown. I've said throughout the year, I think the Big Ten is top-heavy, but I would take those top Big Ten teams probably over the top SEC teams, and guess how it bared out. I think the bottom half of the Big Ten was pretty average to below. I think the bottom half of the SEC was a little bit better. Doesn't change the point that the Big Ten was a better football conference than the SEC. I did not see Illinois and Brett Bielema taunting Shane Beamer and beating the South Carolina Gamecocks, which everyone thought maybe was the most deserving. If someone was snubbed in the playoff, maybe it was South Carolina. Didn't see any of that. Again, I'm big enough to admit Big Ten got him this year.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The fate of TikTok will be debated before the Supreme Court in just a few hours. A U.S. law says the social media site will need to shut down by January 19th if the Chinese owner, ByteDance, does not sell the company. TikTok argues the law is a violation of free speech, while supporters of the law say TikTok poses a national security threat as long as it's under Chinese control. Billionaire Elon Musk, who's working with the incoming Trump administration to streamline the government, is now expressing doubts that he'll be able to achieve the $2 trillion in cuts he initially proposed. In an interview on X, he says he does believe they've got a good shot of cutting $1 trillion. Musk's artificial intelligence startup xAI is playing catch-up with OpenAI and Google and has launched its first standalone consumer iOS app for its Grok chatbot. The app is also called Grok. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
All right, you said bye-bye to big government, and you want limited government. You voted for that. Well, now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. If you are still using the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, I ask, why are you doing that? Because my cell phone company, Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers. You get the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and they're based here in the U.S., and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Now, that's right. There's simply no need to spend $85, $100 a month per person on your wireless bill. Not when you can get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. And by the way, the average family of four saves about $1,000 a year with Pure Talk. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire.
I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text DANDY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text DANDY to 42424. That's DANDY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3,
Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here.
It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, January 10th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly our associate producers. We are absolutely loaded today. Sean Farish live from Nashville coming up at 8:30 this morning. And our Kayal Company flag handoff, number 3 in the 9 o'clock hour. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday indeed. We've made it. The weekend is upon us, Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Boy, what a game last night.
Oh, did James Franklin lose another big game?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, I would actually argue, and you're more of a college football aficionado than I am, but I would actually argue that tonight's game is actually the two best games.
Tonight's game is the national championship.
Yeah, I was
actually.
just gonna say,
yeah.
it's the two best teams in the in college football.
No doubt about it. Ohio State and Texas. But, oh, man. That was, you know what, though? Even though Penn State lost, I know we have the flagship rights to Penn State in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You know, James Frank, that was a great game. That was just a tremendous game.
Yeah.
You know, Penn State getting that quick 10-0 lead, Notre Dame coming back, injury to the Notre Dame quarterback. Penn State's quarterback, Drew Aller, he stinks. I just got to say, he stinks. He just reminds me of that. Remember Christian Hackenberg like 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to go into the NFL and be great?
Yep.
Yeah, Drew Aller's Hackenberg 2.0.
Yep.
But every now and then, we get one right? Every now and then, we can pick a winner. And that's what happened last night. But the Irish, if you're a Notre Dame Catholic fan here in the Delaware Valley, you're playing for the national championship, so that's pretty cool. All right, we have a lot of good things to get to on the show today. We will do a big take on the continual devastation, I believe now double digits in fatalities
10,
in the LA wildfires. So we'll look at that in the big take this morning. Also coming up, let's get into the Jimmy Carter funeral reaction yesterday. A lot of visuals, so I would say, maybe get on over to YouTube by 6:30. Also, Joe Biden loses when it comes to Title IX, a federal judge making that ruling. And, of course, we've got Trump January 10th. We've got court cases. We'll give you an update on Trump as well as Fani Willis, her appeal to stay on the case after being DQ'd in Georgia. And also a fun story today, North Korea banning hot dogs.
Yeah.
That's
hot
right.
Dogs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mustard.
No, you can't put. No, it doesn't go. If you can't have the hot dog, you don't get the
mustard.
No, not the way this works, Ronald. But we'll talk about it. Sean Farish at 8:30. Cut sheet, of course, at 7:45. But before all of that, let's get to the news because there is a ton of it. Round number 1 at 6:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live, 6 a.m. edition this Friday morning, January the 10th, sponsored by NAC, the Newtown Athletic Club, where we will be January 20th, Inauguration Day. So I hope you join us then. Let's update you as we look at the real tragedy that continues to unfold as those fires continue to burn in Southern California. And many of those volunteers, including Red Cross volunteers from our region, traveling there to help out. They've already consumed 45 square miles, which is the size, many are looking at the size of, let's say, San Francisco. Think of San Francisco, that entire huge city, just consumed by flames. And the modest estimates here are looking at nearly $60 billion, $60 billion in damages from these fires. The National Guard had to be called in yesterday morning amid looting, just to add insult to injuries. But the real question is, where's the water? A shortage of water, and why? 10, so far confirmed, 10 fire-related deaths in Los Angeles County, and it's feared that that's a modest number this morning. One man they found dead. He still had his garden hose in his hands.
Yeah. We always hear about these stories of looters, in the wake of tragedy. Can you imagine walking around what looks like a war zone right now and the aftermath of it, nothing but rubble, and trying to loot somebody's devastated and destroyed property? I mean, what do you want? Busted up pieces of concrete? Like, seriously, can you be any bigger of a pig?
Yeah.
It's just awful.
It's sick. We do remember the Coast Guard ship that we talked about yesterday morning, this huge cargo ship that ran aground in the Delaware River. And this is about a mile or less up from the north of the Ben Franklin Bridge. 623-foot motor vessel named the Algoma Verity. Well, it's still stuck.
So is it just like hanging out on the banks of the Delaware?
So, no, it was headed up to like basically Bucks to
Right.
drop off a load and carrying 45,000 tons.
Know your load.
Well played. Carrying 45,000 tons of salt, solar salt, as it's called, used for water softening.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty heavy. No reports of pollution, though.
Okay.
No reports of pollution. Got the ship that ran aground. It's still stuck. They can't get it unstuck.
So you can't get like a bigger, stronger ship and like throw some like, I don't know, like ropes on and just kind of pull it back out to the part of the water where it can continue on its path?
Like needs a tow?
Yeah.
Or
Is
maybe
there
like a bumper?
Do we have like a AAA for water?
Yeah, the U.S. Coast Guard,
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
But the Coast Guard's still working on this plan to safely move this huge vessel to. They're going to move it to a nearby terminal. Figure out what went wrong. But what does that mean? It means that between the Ben Franklin Bridge and the Tioga Marine Terminal, that's all shut down to any other boat traffic. So we've been following this story. It seemed amusing at first, and we didn't think we'd still be talking about it. But unfortunately, they're still developing the plan to move the cargo ship that is still stuck. We also have in the news, gosh, there's just so much this morning. Sad news, and I had the feeling this year when I went to the Center City Macy's, the day that I had jury duty, that Monday.
Yeah.
And, the huge old, organ that plays, the holiday lights. It's really an iconic fixture in Philadelphia in the old Wanamaker building. And so we worried that the Macy's, which has been embattled, especially after a deadly stabbing there, it's within the past couple of years, that it would be shut down. And now we know that the Macy's fate is set. It is set to close, the Center City Macy's, closing this early spring in March, a very sad end to 114 years in Philadelphia. It's really the latest drama, if you will, on a stretch of East Market Street that has been the focus of a lot of debate over the approval of that proposed 76ers arena, for example. Because if you think about the so-called fashion district down Market Street, does this not strengthen that argument now that Macy's is out of here?
Yeah, so this doesn't have anything really to do with Macy's from their business model, correct? This is more about a political thing with the Sixers and the future of that area in general. It's not just specifically like a retail failure, right?
Oh, yeah, they're closing 66 stores across the nation. So it's not Philadelphia specific.
Okay, good.
But this one is, it's iconic. And
I saw a lot of women tweeting about it yesterday. They're just so upset. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think all those jobs, you think about all the surrounding jobs, the cafes.
Well, this is where the stabbing happened, where the guy came back after he stole the hat, correct? And then stabbed the security guard that had like 3 jobs.
And a huge lawsuit. Remember
Yep.
When did I report that? Within the past month, like 90 days?
Yeah, you had a follow-up recently on it. Yep.
So I know that Mark Squilla, many city council members, because that's Squilla's district, city council members speaking out, hoping that this is an opportunity for smaller businesses to move in. But it still feels like a defeat for Philadelphia. You think of all of the shops and stores, the Wawas, the restaurants that have left the city. Macy's leaves.
You think smaller businesses are going to be able to afford the rent in the Wanamaker building?
Well, that's just it.
Right.
I mean, and I think that the lawsuit and the stabbing that we've talked a lot about with the hardworking security guard, that tragedy, and also the retail theft. The fact that thieves felt that if they only shoplifted, what was it, under $500, under $900, that they could get away with it. And so, policies have consequences.
Yeah, it's like the Price is Right for retail theft. You just can't go over, right?
So we have that going on. Another headline this morning as far as Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman making national headlines because he will meet with President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And so we talked earlier this week about the fact that Senator Fetterman co-sponsored that Laken-Riley law to protect especially the most vulnerable victims from criminal illegals coming to this country. Well, he's working openly with the GOP and meeting with Trump.
It's just an unbelievable development from the last 3 years. This guy's, again, we all sit here and wonder, is it authentic? Is it all business? It's going to look so odd seeing him moseying around Mar-a-Lago in a Carhartt hoodie. I can't wait for the visuals of that.
Yeah, and he was the first one, right? The first Democrat to meet with some of the different nominees within Trump's cabinet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wanted to sit down and get the 411 on everything about Pete Hegseth. I give him credit for that.
So we have that one going on. And yes, I fully admit, unfortunately, Greg and Nick, they were right. Notre Dame beating number 6, Penn State, dashing our dreams.
It was a better game than I thought it was going to be, though.
Really?
Honestly, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I figured, 1, 3, 4 point margin. I figured it would be really close.
Yeah.
I thought it would be a little more boring because they're not super fast and athletic like Ohio State and Texas will put on display tonight. But, James Franklin doing what? Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
I see I destroy James Franklin every chance I get for every time he loses because he's paid handsomely and never wins big games. But the honest question a Penn State fan has to ask themselves, in all honesty, who else out there is going to do better than James Franklin? It's one thing to fire the guy and give him that big payout and that big buyout not to work, but who are you going to get that does better than him, right? I mean, Penn State, they just don't get the same athletes that some of these other schools get. They should have beaten Notre Dame because they're in the same caliber as Notre Dame. But
So the final score, 27-24 in the Orange Bowl. So now Notre Dame beating Penn State, dashing our hopes to advance to the championship game. So there were 3 ties in there, 3 lead changes, 31 points in the fourth quarter alone. So as you say, a very exciting game.
Did you guys see at the end who's that ESPN reporter?
Molly McGrath.
She talked to Marcus Freeman, who is the head coach of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and tried to ask him a racial question.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, ESPN was playing this up since the day the matchup was set because it was the winner of Penn State and Notre Dame will send a black head coach to the national championship.
Can you roll it, Phil?
Because you are the first black head coach to go to a national championship game in college football.
Watch this great
Just hearing
answer.
that response alone, how much does this mean to you?
I've said this before. I don't ever want to take attention away from the team. It is an honor, and I hope all coaches, minorities, black, Asian, white, it doesn't matter, great people continue to get opportunities to lead young men like this. But this ain't about me. This is about us. And we're going to celebrate what we've done because it's something special.
Wow. How about that? What a great, classy, well thought out answer to ESPN and their racial obsession. There it is, identity politics.
What a doofus question.
Who the hell cares?
It's an insult.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you're going to the national championship and it's like, hey, Coach, what are your thoughts on the way your quarterback recovered from that injury?
Yeah.
5,000 questions you could ask, and it's, hey, let's talk to the black head coach about his race.
Yeah, and he was so gracious and so classy, but, what? Part of me just thinks, thought bubble, if he said, I can't believe I'm standing here on the sideline being interviewed by a woman like you, because, you deserve this job. Seriously, why?
I know. Everything's about racial identity or gender, everything.
His answer was so perfect with, I just want to see great people get opportunities, right? Yep. If you're good at what you do, you should get an opportunity. Skin color be damned.
Yep.
Novel concept.
Novel concept. The Sixers have ruled out Jared McCain for the rest of the season.
Oh, good.
So we've lost
the one bright
rookie
spot.
star. I know.
It's the one bright spot to the season.
The Sixers have actually ruled out the season now.
Gosh. So left knee surgery,
Yeah.
torn meniscus.
Yeah.
I guess he won't be taking a bike ride to Atlantic City. Don't get any ideas, Stocker.
My menisci are
Fine.
Good.
Keep it that way.
So Flyers losing, and we play Saturday night 7 p.m. Right? Is that our next game?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Flyers.
I'll be
I'm trying to look
I'll be
ahead.
watching the NFL playoffs.
Trying to keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. And there are a lot of other headlines with Trump. Obviously, we didn't know this yesterday, that the Supreme Court ruling and saying that the proceeding can go forth with the sentencing scheduled this morning.
Was it 5-4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even Amy.
I saw that.
Coney Barrett voting with the liberals, justices, saying that Judge Juan Merchan in Manhattan can proceed in the sentencing phase of the Trump so-called bookkeeping case. The national media calls it the hush money case.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is, and I know Trump spoke out about this, it allows them today, immediately once Merchan, who has said, by the way, it's meaningless because it's a nothing burger.
Yeah.
They're not going to sentence him to any time. There's no punishment, really. It's just the ability to say, ha, he's officially a convicted felon.
Yeah, it's all about labeling, right?
Yes, but
that's what it's about.
It allows his team, and Trump said this yesterday, they can immediately appeal.
Mm-hmm.
So they could not appeal it until the final sentencing.
Right.
So in a way, they'll then appeal it. They'll probably file the appeal later today. That's expected.
Yeah, we talk about numbers all the time and stats. I'd love to see how many appeals and how many dollars Trump has spent in court over the years, even before politics, just in general. The amount of money that man has put into the legal system in general must be an astounding figure.
Amen. Well, we are at 25 degrees right now. We're heading up to 37 degrees. It's going to feel like a heat wave.
Oh, I'm going to be sweating.
Got about an inch, kind of a dusting overnight tonight with snow in the forecast this evening. Our high today, 37 degrees. Even though it's a little blustery still this morning, the winds finally die down, and then we begin to warm up a bit. So tomorrow we see the sun. We continue to warm up for Sunday, 41 degrees. 4:30 Eagles game on Sunday. So it's going to feel like a heat wave Sunday and Monday as we're finally in the 40s.
All right, looking
we
forward
got
to
that
that.
going. Yeah, we
There
got
we
that
go.
going for us, which is nice. We're sponsored by, you know what else is nice? NAC, the Newtown Athletic Club. It's go time for your fitness at the Newtown Athletic Club in Bucks County. The NAC offers a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate every stage of life, from youth to the active aging to young families to empty nesters. Schedule a visit. Just go to newtownathletic.com. That's newtownathletic.com. Check it out. Great summer camps, incredible outdoor pools, beautiful facility. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:19, let's get to the last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, and it is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Dems under fire in Hollywood. The historic tragedy in California continues as Los Angeles deals with unprecedented wildfires, creating destruction that actually resembles the aftermath of a war zone. Democrats are being absolutely roasted for their failures when it pertains to a litany of embarrassing missteps in the lead up to this awful natural disaster. LA Mayor Karen Bass didn't have hardly anything to say at all on Wednesday when peppered with questions by Sky News as she returned from her trip to Ghana for the inauguration of their new president. But that changed on Thursday. Here is the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles snapping back and getting testy as she faces justified questioning. Listen and watch this.
Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started. And for several hours, we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to...
She is completely in over her head. They've done nothing right. They've done everything wrong. No water, lack of firefighters, hiring the wrong people, dams being put out of commission. And this is a perfect blueprint on how not to handle and prepare for a natural disaster as an elected leader and a politician. And for what? The smelt fish? Phil, please throw up the graphic of the smelt fish here on YouTube that was so necessary to preserve and protect. There it is, the smelt fish. It looks like a sardine, for God's sakes. And the results? A photo that looks like the aftermath of World War II rubble. Phil, throw that up as well for a graphic on YouTube. There you see complete destruction. And was it worth it? Los Angeles dedicated almost $840 million to its annual firefighter budget, yet somehow they've been relegated to the LAFD using what looks like purses as buckets to try and slow down the flames. Listen and watch this clip.
What in the world? The firemen don't have hoses, so they're like literally using purses? Women's handbags? Filling up women's handbags to put out fires. Look at this. What in the world? LAFD fire department using women's handbags to put out fires. What is going on here? Have you guys ever seen this in your life? Look.
Thank you for the commentary from that TikToker, although readers adding context to that video and many other videos that have been posted almost identical to that clip, as LAFD officials confirmed that the handbags seen in news reports are actually canvas bags that firefighters bring on their engines for various jobs. When tackling small fires, it's easier to quickly fill the bags with water and extinguish the flames than it is to haul out a big hose. But it's still a joke that they would have to use these considering the magnitude of this fire. And this is a very wealthy area, home to many celebrities and Hollywood elites. And while I'm no fan of Hollywood or the self-righteous celebrities who speak down to us, tell us who to vote for, I certainly don't wish this upon any of them, but they are sounding off. Sarah Michelle Gellar saying, quote, "City of LA, you want everyone to evacuate, yet you have complete gridlock and not one traffic cop on the roads helping." She wrote that on Instagram as she officially tagged all of the official social media accounts for the city of Los Angeles and the mayor, Karen Bass. Former Dancing with the Stars professional dancer Valentin Chermavkovsky aired grievances on social media on Wednesday, writing, quote, "We are the 5th largest economy on the planet. Firefighters didn't have enough water pressure to do their jobs? Are you joking me? The taxes we pay for third world infrastructure is unbelievable. Come on." Also, Amber Rose, Sarah Foster, Jillian Michaels, and James Woods all criticizing the leadership in Los Angeles and California. And to add insult to injury when it pertains to the DEI failures of LA, Yahoo writing this story, headline, "Amid Palisades fire, Los Angeles' first LGBTQ plus fire chief is proving lesbians get it done. Folks, that's a real headline and a real story from Yahoo News. Get what done exactly? Demolishing multiple communities? Yahoo writes, the stereotype of lesbians always being prepared for an emergency. Everyone knows a queer woman who doesn't leave the house without a Leatherman multi-tool and carabiners holds true for the Los Angeles first open LGBTQ plus fire chief, Kristen Crowley, who is overseeing the firefighters trying to stop the Palisades fire. Can you imagine actually writing that? Based on what your eyes have told you, based on the results we are seeing, how does that even get published? Talk about an editor that has an activist agenda, but accountability will hopefully come. That after plausible deniability. As the great journalist Michael Schellenberger explains, you might recall him. He was involved in the Twitter files, exposing the censorship of government during the pandemic and also the 2020 election. Here's Schellenberger on the LA disaster. Listen and watch.
Hey everybody, it's Mike Schellenberger for Public. Over the next few weeks, you're going to hear Governor Gavin Newsom, Mayor Karen Bass, and the Democratic Party tell you that there's nothing that could have been done to prevent the catastrophic fires from ravaging Los Angeles. Those will be lies. They could have prevented them. Governor Gavin Newsom cut the funding for preventing forest fires and failed to build sufficient water resources for fighting fires. Mayor Karen Bass cut $17.5 million in funding for the Los Angeles Fire Department and then went to Ghana, even though she knew of the risk of catastrophic fires. Now, it's true that California in general, and Los Angeles in particular, are fiery places, and it's true that Santa Ana winds made the fires worse. But Newsom and Bass have known about those hazards for all of their careers and failed to deal with them. The rank incompetence, the lack of leadership is shocking and scandalous. It's hard to overstate how badly they screwed up water management in particular. Los Angeles firefighters haven't had the water they needed. Newsom hasn't built the new water reservoirs that Los Angeles needed. And Newsom even cut the budget for water infrastructure projects last year. So why is that? Well, part of the reason is that they were focused on other things. Making the fire department more racially diverse, climate change, homelessness. And the reason they were focused on those things is because those are what the radical left that controls the Democratic Party wanted them to focus on. Year after year, they do nothing while focusing on things like trans and Trump and climate and ignoring the things that really matter to the people of California. The Democrats in California aren't like Democrats in other states. They are radicals. And I should know, since I was a young radical who moved to California for that reason.
Heads need to absolutely roll. Karen Bass needs to be forced into resignation, although I know it won't happen. But from ordinary citizens to the Hollywood A-listers, I wouldn't be surprised if there are organized protests demanding that Karen Bass step down as the mayor of Los Angeles. And we are looking at one of, if not the biggest failures of government in years, or perhaps decades. And the images are completely disheartening. You should not survive this politically. But then again, it's California, so you can never be too sure. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group, where you can purchase the all-new Acura ZDX with an incredible 0% financing for 72 months, plus complimentary charging bundles. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let your comments fly on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in our YouTube chat. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reactions from the fallout of yesterday in Los Angeles, as well as the reaction and the visuals to Jimmy Carter's funeral. You're not on YouTube yet. Get on over. We're back after this here on Kayal & Company.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at Holy Rosary Regional School in Plymouth Meeting, Saturday, February 1st with Jim Daly and Tim Conniff. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Many times I tried to tell you, many times I cried alone. Boys, I'm surprised how well you cut my feelings to the bone. Don't wanna leave
6:35. Happy Friday. It's Kayal and Company here on this January 10th, 2025. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up just about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Sean Farish just over 2 hours from now as we continue to track, keep tabs of, and monitor what's going on out on the West Coast in California, where now I think the number is 29,000 plus acres of property, homes damaged, double-digit deaths, and it looks like from all the visuals that I have seen, Pacific Palisades is basically wiped off of the map. And the only reason I know Pacific Palisades is I'm a golf fan, and they have a big tournament coming up on the PGA Tour every year, right at the end of January, early February, at a place called Riviera Country Club. And they are looking to possibly move that event. And I believe Phil Omquist told me before the show that the Rams in Los Angeles have actually moved their playoff game Monday night against the Vikings from L.A. to Arizona and will be playing at the Cardinals Stadium.
Interesting.
So, I mean, this whole area has been upended in every possible facet of life right now, from death to property to businesses to, entertainment and sports. This is just an unmitigated disaster. I really don't know how some of these people continue to remain employed, whether they are elected, whether they are appointed, whether they're hired. And I think yesterday, it was either yesterday or 2 days ago, Greg, you played the one clip of one of the firefighter employee, one of the LAFD employees that makes $399,000 per year.
Yep.
If we could play this, Phil, I believe this is the same individual. This is clip K4. Yep. Where do you hear what this individual has to say about rescuing other human beings in the line of tragedy? K4, Phil, roll this.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or, you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
God, oh man, wow.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Can you imagine a firefighter saying you're in the wrong spot, you're in the wrong place? Go back to the analogy that you used, or the hypothetical Stocker, a couple days ago. What if you're a 280-pound man and you're up on the 7th floor?
I should have said 380-pound because that's really what linebackers are. But seriously,
right?
Yes.
Like you are in a civil service job where it's your job to rescue other human beings, and that's the snarky, snippy, sarcastic answer you get to somebody that is actually trying to, I don't even know what prompted that question, because at the end of the day, if I'm in a building that's burning down in a raging inferno and the firefighter's coming to rescue me, I don't give a damn if you're black, white, straight, gay, Asian, Mexican. Just get me the hell out.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you get the audacity to make a statement like that? What an unlikable schlub.
But I think the bottom line and the lesson that I hope our nation has learned, if we zoom out, this is for all of us. Management matters. Leadership matters. The person with the plan makes a difference in our lives. And so I was looking back, even during, the Department of Interior, for example, during the Trump administration, every single year, focused on the wildfire risks, focused on management, and focused on a plan. Mm-hmm. And even if you look at, every single year during the Trump administration, they kept meeting about this, focusing on this, and specifically gave out stats about California and about the West Coast, about that water management, and about a total different focus as far as making sure that fires don't spread either by the treetops, or by underground where you don't maybe necessarily know it's happening in the forest because you have so much stuff, leaves and debris, right? So they were focused on it. They had a plan and they were able to mitigate it. But if I zoom out and I really look at everything as far as a game plan, even think about the fact that we know now that they just cut in LA County, in the city of LA, that's $17.5 million from their firefighting budget, but added things like DEI, added $18 million to the libraries, etc.
Yeah.
But it was the focus on other things that are not the core of what keeps us safe in our communities.
Mm-hmm.
And so to have the mayor, to have the audacity as people are dying, as homes are burning, and she says, well, we'll evaluate and basically push the reset button. Really? We'll tell that to the dead people who burned to death.
Yeah.
Tell that to the people who are homeless. They focused on the homeless. They give a lot of money to the homeless.
Right.
Well, guess what? Now they have a whole lot of new homeless people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the sick part of this, and we've been careful, I think, for us personally, that we never would ever say that there's any good that could come out of this, right? Because it's horrible.
No.
But perhaps now that individuals who were so wealthy and so famous and so elite and living in a bubble, such as these extremely wealthy people who lived in their $25 million homes, the homes in Malibu that are burned, the homes in the Palisades that are burned. Maybe now those individuals that they've literally felt the burn that the rest of us have been feeling by failed policies that are these woke policies that are literally deadly. They're deadly for, in this case, tragically, but also for the economy, for business, for everything about our lives. And even for, I think about girls in sports, and we didn't even talk about that with that latest reversal with Title IX.
Sure.
I just think that overall, every single piece of the progressive policies have not just failed us in a passive way.
Mm-hmm. No,
but they've harmed us.
Yes.
They've damaged us.
Legitimately,
and now we have
those
to recover.
policies go up in flames. No pun intended. They're just epic disasters everywhere. Everything that progressive policies touch, they destroy, and you end up in physical harm because of appeasing feelings. That's just it's just I don't want to say it's unforgivable, but you know what? It's just so embarrassing, and it feels like
it is unforgivable. You're right.
Yeah, and you're talking, I think maybe like this is an inflection point and this is where I actually would disagree, because Schellenberger, who is no conservative, right? He even said he moved to California. He was a radical liberal, but he kind of saw the light, and now he exposes the left for what they are. The California Democrat is different than the rest of the Democrats in this country for the most part. Now, certainly you have some of these radical progressives, in New York or Philly or Chicago. But do we really think these A-list celebrities are going to change? They're all coming out now and excoriating Karen Bass and, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. But they'll still do the same thing the next time around for elections. They'll endorse the Democrat. They'll vote blue. They won't change.
These are the same people who, for example, oh my God, these are the same people who thought, let's just open up the border. What could possibly go wrong?
Yep.
And just let violent criminals and rapists and pedophiles and human traffickers just come across the border. Look at what's happening. And then at the same time, those same individuals make it so that we're sanctuary cities, so we can't even know or report, and the cops get in trouble if they put on their report how many of these violent criminals and predators are actually not even citizens who are illegally here. Think about that in our society. Think about during COVID, these are the same people who lectured with their mask on and said, you MAGA people, you must wear a mask, you must take the jab. Look at what we know now. In every aspect, these individuals told us, wanted to mandate things in our lives that have damaged us now. And who was complicit in that? The media, the same media group that deserves to go down. And that's part of the reason why I think, I hope to God everybody's eyes are wide open now to what has happened and who was complicit in this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. And it goes beyond, the DEI stuff. I mean, we're really trying to preserve the smelt fish. I mean, seriously?
Because of these woke environmental policies. Right. Well, look at all the creatures now, from human to critters, who died, either were burned or died of smoke inhalation.
Mm-hmm.
You know who's sitting back and is a fan of everything that is going on right now? Josh Shapiro.
Oh,
because
boy,
he's looking at Gavin Newsom.
He's
cooked. How Gavin Newsom is effing everything up.
Yep.
And he's just like, well, looks like my time to shine.
It's my time to shine, or if I could just get rid of Fetterman, I'm a lock to be the Dem nominee.
Phil, grab cut one here. This made the rounds yesterday on social media. This woman literally runs up to Gavin Newsom on the street and demanded answers on his wildfire response. This, I believe, this audio video is courtesy of Sky News. Roll it.
Governor, you got a second?
No, sorry.
Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the call.
Why is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I
hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
But that lady has more backbone than any assembled media member, grilling Gavin Newsom, whether it's locally on ABC 7 in Los Angeles or any other network affiliate out there. Good for her. I mean, good for her for challenging him. And what's up with the Democrats with the fake phone calls all the time?
Well, good for whoever's the producer for the booking producer for Jesse. I think it was Jesse Waters last night.
Yeah, they had her on, right?
They had her on.
Yeah.
And she had a great point that I guess the media had been, had contact or had seen these moms out there.
Mm-hmm.
And so she made the point that she was saying, I'm with news reporters and they have like satellite phones and satellite trucks. Why doesn't the governor have a satellite phone? Why is he walking around the street looking for cell service?
He literally lied to her.
Oh,
like the first thing he said was I'm literally on the phone with the president right now. Okay, can I hear it? Well, I've tried. I can't get through.
I only have 1 bar.
Oh God,
such a weasel.
These weasel politicians. This is why everybody hates them.
Yep.
And the news media.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like we played. Something as dopey as David Muir yesterday, but like it's just. When you put everything together like this, it's just why people are tired of politicians and news media.
Yeah.
Because they're all phony D-bags.
It's all fake. It's all a production. It's acting, right? That's what it is. And, for a party that is obsessed with visuals and optics and, what you look like, boy, wouldn't it actually go really far, and maybe it's too late for a guy like Gavin Newsom because we've talked about. You heard Schellenberger go into a deep dive of all the budget cuts and all the money and the reallocation and getting rid of these dams and things like that. But wouldn't it be a great visual? You know, one of the greatest visuals of all time for me is seeing G.W. Bush throw out that pitch at Yankee Stadium after 9/11.
Sure.
Kind of an iconic moment.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be nice to see Gavin Newsom take off that beautiful watch he had on there and that nice little button up, and maybe roll up your sleeves and get a shovel, and even if it's nothing more than a staged photo op, but boy, I tell you, for a party that just loves their visuals, right? Boy, they are so in over their head with PR. The Democrats are a PR nightmare, which is really wild because leading up to the election, and especially between the primaries of 2022 and probably well into early 2024, we talked about Democrats are always getting it right with the messaging. Why are Republicans so bad at messaging? Why do we always lose elections with bad messages? Boy, lately the Democrats' message has just looked like an unmitigated disaster.
Well, to your point, Nick, the truth is that you played earlier in your big take, and now Greg is playing this mom, Rachel Darvish, just as a mom. I mean, just asking the questions.
Yeah.
The media is picking this up because it's undeniable. And so for the first time, you are seeing, even this morning, the headlines as far as Gavin Newsom and these officials who have a lack of planning, who failed. So at least it is acknowledged. I see the media narrative changing because they're forced to, because of what you just said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's, I mean, it's too little too late as far as the media. I'm not praising them, but I'm simply saying that it's no longer okay for them to be complicit, and they're starting to realize for their own survival, they have to at least look like they're asking the questions.
Well, let's flip the scenario around. If this was happening, let's go to Florida. Let's replace the wildfires with hurricanes, and let's get away from a D to an R. Or you know what? Let's just say Ron DeSantis was the Republican governor of California, and all of this happened under Ron DeSantis' watch in California. He would be murdered by the media.
He would, but this wouldn't have happened because he's a planner.
And
think about how well he handled the hurricane.
Yeah.
I mean,
they rebuilt that bridge in what, 3 days, 5 days?
They did, but but even with the hurricane, and much like, tragically California has dealt with the fires over the years, Florida has hurricanes. And so think about Governor, we don't talk about that enough. As far as the Florida governor, he always has a game plan.
Can I, since we're speaking of him, I'm just rolling through the cut sheet here in the 6 o'clock hour, but it's worth it because this is what we're discussing. This is cut 18. Ron DeSantis actually went after the media yesterday because somebody in the media asked about if it's appropriate for Trump to criticize Gavin Newsom, and this is what DeSantis said.
Or a president to be criticizing.
Is it appropriate for people in your industry to try to create division and to try to create narratives anytime these things happen? Now, you're not as interested in doing that because Newsom is a D. If Newsom was a Republican, you guys would you would have him nailed to the wall for what they're doing over there. And I know we've dealt with it. We just assume in Florida, anytime something happens, it's going to be politicized by the media. So you guys sitting in judgment of Donald Trump, I mean, excuse me, I think your track record of politicizing these things is very, very bad.
Okay, last question.
Newsom should resign and that the wildfires are all his fault. So do you agree with those comments?
I remember when we had the Surfside Tower collapse, I had people from the Washington Post trying to blame me for it immediately without having any
with the
facts
2-camera
or anything. Oh, he didn't declare a state of emergency. First of all, state of emergency doesn't mean you can't respond. It's all that. Excuse me?
Biden did it. I think that's what you said.
Well, but what I'm telling you is you guys are trying to make an issue of it when I have watched from this seat. In fact, when I got elected governor, I was meeting with some of the other Republican governors, and what they would say is, hey, if you have a natural disaster, just know media's coming at you, they're going to do it. It's not the same That mayor of LA, if that were a Republican mayor, I could only imagine what that would do. I mean, you know the fires are at high risk, and you try to go to Africa or wherever she was to go on some type of voyage. You should have been there preparing and doing that, and yet I don't see a lot of heat being directed in that thing. And so, I'd like to see some balance on how this is done. You could criticize the president-elect, but I think you also have to hold these other people accountable, and I have not seen that.
It's just remarkable that you would sit there and say, yeah, it was a great response. Like, you're going to put, well, Trump's politicizing it. No, he's not politicizing it. It's legitimate politics. These are policies and actions, or lack thereof, from Newsom at the top of the state all the way down to the mayor, where this is happening with Karen Bass, from smelt fish to dams to reservoirs. All of these political maneuvers that they did have now backfired. And then on top of it, not being prepared, not even being in the country when it happens, which I won't kill you for that. But at the end of the day, this is about accountability. This is not about Trump criticizing. Could you imagine, like we've been saying, if it was the other way around? They would, like DeSantis said, they would have you nailed and dead to rights up against the wall for this. Imagine if Karen Bass was a Republican. I mean, it would be over for her. Over. But if you attack her as well, she's a female. She's an African-American female. Are you racist? No. I just would like to see people. And I really don't give a damn about California or Los Angeles. But I do feel bad for those citizens. That's the worst part of this. 10 people dead, 29,000 acres destroyed, and I got Gavin Newsom running around with his Verizon flip phone. I got one bar. I got one bar. Look, here's my call log. Call log. Guy was probably ordering another suit. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to some news to kick off hour number 2 with Dawn, and then to some of the visuals yesterday with Jimmy Carter's funeral, and also 2 notable omissions not in attendance yesterday. We'll talk about that as we get going in the 7 o'clock hour and work our way towards what's on the cut sheet. That's coming up at 7:45, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. With thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across the Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships, Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 12th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in in-demand fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills and credentials you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
News, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family is expanding with our new location, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community. With over 600 vehicles available, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill now offers one of the largest inventories of Chevy vehicles in the tri-state area. See why 2 Hester Chevy locations are even better than 1. Come visit Hester Chevy at the mall or always online at HesterChevyCH.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Times are hard, you're afraid to pay the fee, so you find yourself somebody who can do the job for free.
It's Kayal and Company as we continue hour 2 here on a Friday. Nobody doing their job for free. but everybody doing a great job. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Phil, Jimmy Kelly, as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Sean Farish coming up from Tennessee. I'm not sure if it's actually snowing in Tennessee yet. Sean Farish could be hunkered down in Nashville. I think they're supposed to get like 5 to 8 inches. So we'll talk to the 47th President of the United States coming up at 8:30 this morning. The cut sheet coming up in just about 40 minutes. Obviously, big story of the day is the continual destruction that we are seeing in Los Angeles with these wildfires. If you're watching any of the coverage on television, I know Fox is throwing up these percentages. It looks like one of the areas, I think they're calling it the Lydia fire, is now 75% contained, but over 9,000 plus buildings and 29,000 plus acres just absolutely destroyed in this catastrophe. We'll also get to what everybody was talking about yesterday after the news, the Jimmy Carter funeral and the conversations, the laughs that were had, maybe the jokes that were told between Donald Trump and Barack Obama. Very interesting that you can laugh and giggle with Hitler. I don't know. I thought that was kind of against the rules, but we'll try to make sense of it. And also the New York Post with a exclusive on a lip reader revealing what exactly Trump was telling Barack Obama.
Here we go.
According to these experts.
Okay.
I have my thoughts. I tried to watch the clip over and over.
I mean, they were making small talk. That's what you do, right?
I think Trump was like, can you believe she screwed up the Pledge of Allegiance? Seriously?
So a couple lip readers did say that they said something to the effect of, let's talk or let's have a meeting.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Let's go behind closed doors and discuss the real issues of the day.
But where was Michelle?
Well, let me ask.
That's what I was wondering.
Let me ask you this: if Michelle was there, would he have? Would Barack have been so chummy with?
It's a good question. Interesting question. I'll venture
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. Nope.
Now, she would not be chummy with Trump.
No, like Karen Pence wasn't chummy with Trump.
Yeah.
Or anybody.
You see Kamala, by the way, when she kind of looked back and she was like, oh, Trump's talking with Obama. I used to get that look from my mom back in the day when she would drive me to football practice and look in the back seat when me and my buddy wouldn't shut up. So I know what that looks like. Boy, she looked very angry. But then again, she lost, so I don't understand, I guess she'll have to just figure it out and move on. Maybe she can be the next governor of California and figure out how to prevent wildfires. We'll see.
I think Trump is, Trump and Obama are like, yeah, we're the two-termers.
Yeah.
We're the winners. You guys are the losers.
Trump and Obama. I saw one person say.
Well, Bush was there, too. He's a two-termer.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, did you see how big Bush got, by the way? Well, he's put on some weight.
I love how
That's a big Bush.
He walks. I love how he walks by and then he kind of gives Obama like a bro bump on his belly.
Yeah.
It was kind of funny.
I've got a great description, a great summary of everything that we were seeing visually yesterday play out, either on television or social media. We'll give you that from the funeral after the news, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
So you had mentioned the powerful winter storm that dumped the heavy snow, glazed the roads, ice across the South, Texas, Oklahoma, and now moving eastward into the southern United States overnight. So southern governors declaring states of emergency, shutting down things like schools, among them Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders, bringing out the National Guard to help those stranded motorists in the South. They're just not equipped to deal with this. And a lot of times because they have trees such as pine trees that don't have the deep root systems. So you have the trees just toppling, easily, ice-covered roadways. So as now, when we think about the heaviest snowfall expected today across the northern half of Arkansas and then much of Tennessee, we'll be talking to Mr. President, in air quotes, from Nashville, Sean Farish. So I'll be interested to see what he's saying about it, because it's, 6 to 9 inches of snow.
You know what? I'm going to be very objective here. It's really because I lived there for 4.5 years, and I get it. Like, you don't get a ton of snow in the South. I totally understand it. But it's really inexcusable that a state like Tennessee, with all of the migration to that state, the amount of people that want to live in the Nashville, Tennessee area, or just in Tennessee in general. I think the U-Haul number showed it was in the top 5 of people that were migrating to the state. And yeah, you only get a snowstorm every couple of years, and it's only 4, 5, 6 inches. Can you get some salt trucks? Seriously, can you get some plows? We talk about Democrats being unprepared. Is it too hard to get some trucks so that 4 inches doesn't shut down a city and schools for an entire week? I mean, really, what are they doing down there? I say that as a former resident.
Yeah, I think that you have to look at the risk reward, if you will. In other words, it costs a lot of money to have that management and that preparation.
Mm-hmm.
And so if they're thinking that they will have these powerful types of winter storms, if it's going to happen every winter, then you have to look at the cost of all those shutdowns and all the rescues.
Yep.
But if it's going to happen and it's so seldom, then is it really worth that investment? Is it just safer and better to just shut things down for a bit because it's a rare occurrence?
Mm-hmm. I remember I lived on a street called Bradford Hills Drive in Nashville, and it was a little bit of a hill. And when we got like 3 or 4 inches, they don't plow the street. I had an SUV at the time, a Jeep Grand Cherokee. I couldn't get down the bottom of the hill to get to my convenience store gas station just to get coffee and fill up my SUV. It was literally, the roads were frozen with 4 inches for like 5 days.
But part of it, Nick, is it's okay, the way that the engineers, the way that they build their roads, but also I remember even as a kid, because we lived in North Carolina for 6 years, Charlotte, then Raleigh. And so even, I remember my dad saying, because he's so much into trees and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
He used to talk about the fact that in the southern states, so you have trees like those tall pines, let's say, but they grow differently than they would grow here. And so the root systems will give way, if they get ice on them or they get weighed down by snow, let's say 6 to 9 inches.
Mm-hmm.
So what can you do if you have all of these trees just toppling over?
Yeah.
Then, how do you mitigate that situation?
Yeah.
So then that really would take long-term planning as far as what kinds of trees that you would plant. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, just harking back to something I said earlier in the 6 o'clock hour, that's something that during the Trump administration, their Interior Department, they were looking at that kind of thing in Western states, in Southern states. What kinds of trees can we plant that have deeper roots that are going to do better?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that takes long-term planning.
By the way, you lived in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah,
huh? I heard it's amazing there.
As a kid.
Yeah, my wife's mom, my mother-in-law, her brother has lived in Raleigh twice with his family due to work, and they've relocated there multiple times. They're back again for a second stint, and they love it there.
Yeah, Charlotte and then Raleigh. We moved away when I was like a beginning sophomore year. Me, we moved every 2 to 4 years, for crying out loud.
So this is so you living here for now, what 30 years?
Yeah.
This is the longest stretch of staying in one place.
Yeah, well, almost. Since 1997. Moved, from Cleveland. I worked at NBC in Cleveland, Ohio.
Wow.
Before, and then Chicago, CBS News before that.
Chicago.
And, so since 97, that's why, no matter what has happened in our lives, no matter what storms we've faced, and, with Larry and I have said, I'm not moving.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yep.
We're in the same house. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I'm not doing this. But that's why when you guys moved, I was not kidding. Like, I'm like a professional. I can pack the car. I can pack a U-Haul truck. Like, I'm like a professional mover.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because I've been doing it since I was a little kid.
You don't leave like one little space or inch unaccounted for?
Nope.
Yeah. That's how my wife is when she packs like bags and suitcases. She smushes everything in there. I call her a professional smush artist. I leave all this space. She's like, you're not even remote. Like, it's like the same thing with the dishwasher. I cannot load the dishwasher properly. I really can't. True story. I can admit that on the radio. My wife will end up finding a way to get 6 more plates in the dishwasher, and they still come out clean.
This is a point of contention in my home.
It is. I think it's in a lot of homes.
Because my husband will go, oh, sure, I can't do anything right.
Yep.
But he doesn't as far as the dishwasher.
I've been neutered.
So then Do you just try to be diplomatic and then sneak back when they're out of the kitchen? You know,
occasionally. Occasionally.
Is it still the news?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Greg.
I'm sure Greg loads that dishwasher perfectly.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Know your load. Yeah.
We are sponsored, by the way, by the Special Olympics of Pennsylvania. So as we talk about this, the states of emergency, and by the way, the Biden administration now approving all of that federal help and FEMA help during the declaration of the disaster that's going on in Los Angeles. We've been talking a lot about this. We know that at least 10 people have been killed in these raging wildfires, which are growing in some parts of Los Angeles County and beyond. We know that the latest crisis that started occurring midday yesterday and especially last night, these looters posing as firefighters or fire officials, posing as utility workers, and then moving in. The looters have a plan. They're moving into these areas wealthy areas where people were forced to evacuate their fancy multi-million-dollar homes. The looters are coming in and ransacking the homes.
How is it possible that looters are more prepared and have a better plan of attack to accomplish their objective than our elected, taxpayer-funded politicians? Oh, yeah. Dressed as firefighters? What do they steal? David Weir's tight coat?
The clothespin.
For the clothespin?
Yeah, and utility workers, Nick. They're pretending and posing as these, individuals moving in. So what I'm seeing, at least 20 people have been arrested in the past 24 hours. Arrested in the aftermath of these massive fires that have just taken down whole neighborhoods. So police and officials in California, they're putting out warnings that officers, they say, are in the Hollywood Hills, for example. They're flooding these impacted areas. But the other issue here that's happening is vigilante citizens moving in, saying, no, I'm going back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm protecting my home. And so this now is setting the stage for, you hope that violence does not happen. But as people become emotional about this and feel that they're being preyed upon and victimized, in a double way with these fires ravaging the very well-to-do areas of the Pacific Palisades, like I say, Hollywood Hills, another area around Altadena. And so the evacuees, are fearing that even if their home survived, that it will be ransacked by these looters and burglars and robbers.
Yeah, I saw, was it Tom Hanks and I don't know if it was Steven Spielberg or somebody else. Their property and their homes survived, yet everything around them, there's some pictures. I think it was The Sun had the website, The Sun had pictures up. It's amazing. Like you talk about some of these people that were fortunate enough that their property survives, but can you imagine like how awkward it would be going back there? Like your house is fine, but yet your entire neighborhood is rubble?
No.
It's just, I don't even know that I would want to continue living there. And you're not going to be able to sell it, right? Like who's going to buy your property in a completely destroyed, neighborhood or cul-de-sac or a community?
Well, yeah, and to your point, for anybody, no matter if you're wealthy, if you're famous, if your home is devastated by fire, all the stuff that you can't replace.
Yeah.
Even if you have insurance, but now we're learning that a lot of people don't have the homeowner's insurance. They lost the insurance.
Yep.
So it's just the devastation just continues this morning.
And by the way, also, we talked a lot about drones, right? Leading up to the holiday. China apparently, to combat like really, really hardcore fires with big infrastructures, like big tower type buildings, they use drones to put out fires. I remember yesterday we were talking about how that you couldn't get any of these firefighters up in the air to fight from thousands of feet above, and everything had to be on the ground. I would love to know, and maybe we have them in this country, but if anybody's in the firefighting profession in our audience, have we deployed drones for certain firefighting activities? Because I saw some of the videos in China. Man, they are badass. They go right up there and just put everything out.
I think a piece of this is because I know there were some people, like you're saying, calling for, especially the choppers, the planes, the drones. The problem initially was that on day one, they had those hurricane force winds. They had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds, or gusts, I should say.
Yeah.
And so I think the drones would just get blown right out of there.
Yeah, that's probably right.
So that's another, once the winds died down, they were not just dropping the water, but what's that called with the powder? It's a pink powder that they can, that's a fire retardant.
Yep.
So we have that going on. Speaking of firefighters and in LA, one of the headlines has been mismanagement, cuts in their LA fire department is by as much as $17.5 million. And as well, many, they're depleted as far as they're trying to hire more firefighters. In Philadelphia, the last of the 7 fire stations that were shut down closed back in 2009, which was a huge story at that time. I was still on Fox 29 at this time when we had reported this. And it was really devastating news for Philadelphia. It was, a recession, obviously the too big to fail, the market collapse that happened in 2008, and it was rough at that time. And so it forced all of these cuts within our city and our fire stations and apparatus and all of that. And so you think about that. It took 15 years that we're fully back. And yesterday, a big celebration I think this is Philadelphia doing things right as far as making it a focus. And it's under the Sherelle Parker administration, that she, under her administration, can say she's the one under her guidance. Although I think they had hoped and planned on this, but they reactivated Engine Company 6 in Port Richmond, and everybody was there, and it was, a lot of applause. The community thrilled about it. Mayor Sherelle Parker, they're all dressed in her blue and cutting the ribbon, and very excited, talking about how important this is. It's symbolic, if you will, but reconnecting Engine 6 with the community that it serves. And I remember at the time they had said, well, the budget, it's only a fire company where they're more storage related. But the reason that something like that is critical, and think about, if you look at the planning, the management that we're talking about for LA, you have to have a place to store the huge apparatus.
Sure.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yes.
And so for Mayor Parker, she gets that. She was there to celebrate. I just think it was a great moment. Okay. Not that at the time it was Mayor Michael Nutter at the time, and I know that it was a devastating time financially.
Okay.
But we've brought back our fire department. They continue to hire. And by the way, I believe our hiring window for Philadelphia police, I got a text from an officer, and they said, please let everybody know, because they have windows of opportunity to apply for a job.
Yeah.
Right now, Philadelphia police, we're still trying to restore those numbers that we've been we've talked about.
Yep.
So we got that going on. And other headlines this morning, one big one is Center City, not just the Center City Macy's, I believe 66 Macy's across the country announcing, and this has to do with a sign of the times, Amazon, that sort of thing, a change in how we buy, and malls closing down. But the Macy's in Center City in the iconic Wanamaker building will close in March. We have that confirmation. Also, the Macy's in Exton, the Exton Mall, if you're familiar with that one, I know that's another one that is slated to be shut down. As far as KOP, I think that Macy's survives this cut.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, I was trying to look up.
Probably does a ton of business.
Yeah. So busy.
My daughters were all distraught. She goes, they got off the bus yesterday. Did you know Macy's is closing? We should go there and get a lot of stuff. Maybe they have good deals. And I said, you have enough skincare product and fragrances. We're not going to Macy's. We just had Christmas.
It's a big sale, Dad.
Don't even think about it. God, is Sephora going to go out of business? God, I hope so.
But think about girls and women. Your daughter, Jimmy Kelly, ran in the ring during the commercial break and said, look at moms. They're the planners, right? When you think about the lack of planning. But think about your daughters at their young age, and think about the natural planning abilities of females, even at a young middle school age, because they're thinking, my daddy works right at Odyssey World headquarters, which is just, a stone's throw from the Macy's.
Yeah, they're
There's
always
probably
planning.
a big sale, Dad.
Yeah, they're already planning a sleepover 7 weeks from now. I just want to blow my head off.
I love it. We'll talk about it all. John Fetterman, when will he go to Mar-a-Lago? Meeting with Trump. And so this is a huge headline. Is he making his pals who are the Dems? Is he making them crazy? Is he just ahead of the curve? So Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, again, making the headlines. And then, boo, number 6, Penn State. Our national title dreams dashed, one of the headlines, because it was a Notre Dame field goal that came late in the game. And so Notre Dame, Fighting Irish, wins the Orange Bowl. When's the last time so I think the number for Notre Dame was 1988?
That's correct, 1988. Yep, Lou Holtz.
Lou Holtz.
Love Lou Holtz. He got that lisp. He's like 5'2". He's like a little leprechaun. He's a big Trump supporter, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he came out of the closet politically. He posts all sorts of videos. Yeah. Dr. Lou, they used to call him.
Back in the day, he used to come into the Little McCormick's restaurant when I was at the University of Minnesota journalism school there.
Yep.
And so he loves milkshakes.
Does he?
So he would come in and get the milkshakes.
Okay.
Especially on game days.
I love a good chocolate
Golden
milkshake
Gophers.
myself. Yeah.
Yum, yum.
There you go.
So we are sponsored this morning, so much happening, but we're sponsored by the Special Olympics of Pennsylvania. 2025 Philadelphia Polar Plunge is the coolest event in the Philadelphia region. Chill at Citizens Bank Park, February 1st. Make your plan, make a splash, support the Special Olympics Pennsylvania athletes at the same time. Just visit phillyplunge.org, learn more, sign up today. As far as our forecast, which of course is important because we're hosting pretty significant game here in Philadelphia on Sunday. So we do have today 37 degrees. It's going to feel like a heat wave. We do have a spattering of the snow. We're expected to only get a dusting of like maybe an inch overnight tonight. And then we're warming up continually. So 37 today. We remain in the high 30s for your tomorrow. For your Saturday, sun comes out. For Sunday, Eagles 41 degrees. So it really will. 40 is going to feel good. 41 Sunday and Monday. But Eagles play. We play 4:30 in the afternoon on Sunday. Wild card round of the NFL playoffs.
5-point favorites now. 5-point.
Woohoo! Hosting the Packers. Are we going to give our predictions?
Yep. McCaw's on locks coming up 9:50 this morning.
So Saquon, we're banking on Saquon getting her done. I think is this Saquon Barkley's first ever playoff like this?
The Giants snuck into the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was Daboll's first year, right?
Yeah.
They got in there with
Was it their home game?
I don't know.
Or was it away?
They got blown out by the Eagles, didn't they?
Yeah, I think you are right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just to add in.
But the Giants are retaining Daboll. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the GM.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
I can't believe that.
Yeah,
I don't know how
can't either, but Eagles fans should be rejoicing.
Jeez Louise.
I think the Cowboys are keeping their coach, too. I think McCarthy's staying in Dallas. It's like Christmas came early for Philadelphia. You want to keep these guys that underachieve? That's fine by me.
Did they take pay cuts or something?
No, this isn't radio.
Or television. Hoda Kotb, isn't this her last day? Because they're all taking huge pay cuts in network TV.
Oh, I feel bad for them.
I know. So this is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, a major victory for biological females and a big L for the Biden administration as they are gone in 10 days. We talk Title IX next on Kayal & Company.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. That's 800-948-1659.
The Philadelphia Orchestra captivates audiences with their superhuman sound. Savor the artistry of Philly's hometown orchestra in these upcoming concerts.
If your New Year's resolution is to liven up your life, check out the Philadelphia Orchestra After 5 concerts. These Thursday happy hour concerts start with curated cocktails and include onstage insights into the music you hear. January 30th, voyage through the planets with Orchestra After 5.
You'll find details on this and more at philorc.org.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up. Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you, so listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Revamp your living space with Emmons Remodeling.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts bring creativity and expertise to every project, ensuring stunning results for you and your family.
From new layouts to upgraded finishes, at Emmons Remodeling, we do it all.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
There's another world inside of me that you may never see. There's secrets in this life that I can't hide.
7:35, Kayal and Company on a Friday morning, 10 minutes away from what's on the cut sheet. Sean Farish from Nashville, Tennessee, coming up in just about 1 hour. Speaking of Tennessee, a big victory yesterday with Title IX stemming from the Attorney General of Tennessee. Riley Gaines tweeting yesterday, huge win for girls and women everywhere. This morning, a federal court ruled in favor of reality. Biden's Title IX rewrite has been vacated nationwide. Common sense slowly returning. Thank you, Tennessee AG. And this was, of course, in the U.S. District, Eastern District of Kentucky, Northern Division, where the state of Tennessee went to bat, and you can see the ruling on YouTube. Nice work, Phil. This is up against the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, who is obviously a part of the Biden administration, and really a big victory for women. And one of the things I hate about this is when somebody tries to, like if you're a common sense parent or a father, a mother, whatever it is, or even you don't have kids, and you're like, you know what? I do not want biological men competing in women's sports. I don't want them in bathrooms. I don't want them in locker rooms. And they sit there and say, well, how frequently does this really happen? And then we get some of the stats, and it's only 9 cases, or it's only 9,000 individuals that are doing this. And we see at the college level with the NCAA, there are some numbers out there of how many truly transgender athletes that are biological males are competing in female sports. I just counter back with that and say, one's too many. Why does a biological female have to feel uncomfortable? Why does a biological female have to be exposed in a locker room setting where a man can see her? Or why does the girl have to see male genitalia in what is supposed to be a safe space? Why does a female have to lose a scholarship to a male when we created a separation of men and women's sports? Why does a female have to finish in third place because the biological male came in second place? As a father with twin daughters, now I'm pretty fortunate from the standpoint my girls only do dance, and it's not really like my girls are competing in volleyball or basketball or swimming like Riley Gaines, where there's physical advantages that the guy has over the female. There's been a few boys, especially in my daughter's Tennessee dance academy or school that they went to. There was a couple of boys, but they were older. And they didn't change together or anything like that. And my wife and daughters, they traveled from, Nashville to Knoxville to Pigeon Forge. They did competitions in Alabama, so they travel. And there was times, in a group or a category of 18 dancers, there was a dude, and the dude was really good. But I that never really bothered me. But it would truly bother me if my daughter lost out in a physical competition to, in a swimming setting, Leah Thomas versus Riley Gaines, Leah Thomas versus Paula Scanlon here in Philadelphia. And God forbid if they were actually in a physical sport where they became injured, which is what we've seen in a few settings like volleyball. I think there was a lacrosse or maybe a soccer injury. So I thought this was really a big victory yesterday for women, for common sense. And that's the theme here, returning to common sense in America with Trump, with our guy up in Canada yesterday as he's snapping through the apple. He's like, what do you mean left or right?
Oh,
it's common sense.
He gave a press conference yesterday. That was pretty good.
Awesome. Love that dude.
In a couple of minutes.
I love that guy. Dawn, your thoughts yesterday, because I know we've had Riley Gaines on this station and on multiple shows.
Paula Scanlon as well.
Yep.
Who Paula Scanlon was a swimmer at UPenn, right, with Leah Thomas, and exposed as somebody who, they don't talk about this, but Paula Scanlon as a young woman, 19 years old, had been an assault victim, a survivor of a sex assault situation, and then had to face this big 6'2", 6'3" biological male with all the full apparatus in the locker room. So this is, I know, and Paula and Riley became friends. I'm so thankful that this Kentucky judge, this federal judge, did the right thing. But I will point out that there were 24 that Biden, when those changes happened in August with his Title IX, because this ruling is the interpretation, right, of Biden's, what he did with Title IX, but only 24 states actually were able to implement it. And that's because the other states had Republican attorneys general. They immediately, filed and were waiting for this very ruling, which we know because Trump told us when we talked to him on day one. Trump was going to reinterpret Title IX to be correct. But that's, again, where it matters. Leadership matters. And so because of those 24 attorneys general across the country, that they were able to at least hold off things being implemented this summer and this fall when the school year started.
Yep. Let me play you this. Phil, this is K2 in regards to Title IX and protecting females. This was on Dan Dockich's show on Outkick with Alabama Republican Tommy Tuberville. He used to be the old Auburn football coach back in the 90s and 2000s. He's now in politics, and he has put together a bill to block transgender athletes from women's sports. Here's how this conversation sounded. Clip K2.
Silly that you got to do it, Bill. It's called the Protection of Women and Girls Sports Act, where you're saying gender-based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth, and if you don't adhere to that, you're going to cut funding to schools. That seems like the smartest bill, yet the dumbest bill. It's dumb because you got to do it, right?
Yeah. It's just a shame what's happened up here over the last 4 years. It's been an attack on gender. It's been really an attack on women, all women, because they don't like women. They like, everybody to think when they're born that you're not a woman, you're actually a man in women's clothing. And so when I first got here, my first bill I put on the floor that I actually got a vote on was the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. In other words, keep men out of women's sports. It's unsafe and it's not fair, and people are going to be denied opportunities, especially young girls coming up. Dressing in dressing room, men and boys and girls the same. I mean, that ain't gonna happen. Okay.
So that was 2 days ago on Wednesday, and this will set up a vote on Tuberville's bill in the weeks ahead. This legislation, which was dubbed the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, would actually fall under the Title IX protections for female athletes, that gender is, quote, recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. It would ban recipients of federal funding from operating, sponsoring, or facilitating athletic programs that permit a transgender female athlete to participate in a women's sporting event. John Thune asked that the bill be placed on the calendar under Rule 14, but did not say when the Senate would vote on the upcoming legislation. So that'll be something to keep an eye on in the coming weeks ahead. And of course, it's going to create this whole firestorm of, well, you're transphobic and you're homophobic. And it's just, and I love the fact that Dockich said, this is smart, but it's stupid. It's really stupid. All of these left-wing ideas and these policies and these ideological positions that are supported by under 10% of Americans that have been tried to, basically forced upon you. And when I say forced upon you, it's if you don't agree with it, it's immediately you're racist, you're homophobic, you're transphobic. It's not. It's common sense. That's why we created Title IX. It's the same thing with the DEI nonsense. Let's get back to merit-based decision making. All of these policies, and you're seeing it play out, and a lot of it permeates from the left coast, right? Everything that they touch, it works its way east. Chicago adopts it. New York does it. Philadelphia will try it to an extent. And it's pretty much categorically rejected. And we saw it here specifically. You talked about Sherelle in the 7 o'clock news. How did we reject it in Philly? By Democrats not selecting Helen Gim.
Thank God.
Could you imagine what that would have been like?
And to your point, your earlier point, the federal judge, Danny Reeves of the Eastern District there of Kentucky, with this 15-page opinion, here's the quote: "Throwing gender identity into the mix eviscerates the statute of Title IX and renders it largely meaningless." In other words, the whole point was to protect and support women and girls in sports.
Yep.
Boom.
There you go. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, it is 7:45 on the dot.
What?
And we are, and this is breaking news.
Breaking news.
This is breaking news.
Breaking news.
Cut sheet Friday, exactly on time.
I get called on the carpet. Not
the cut sheet.
I get called on the carpet on for not for pushing the cut sheet back later and later and later.
Uh-oh.
So 7:45. What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Brought to you by the NAC, the Newtown Athletic Club. That's right. We will be there Monday, January 20th for Inauguration Day, starting at 6 a.m. Kayal and Company, the Dawn Stensland Show, the Dom Giordano Show. We will all be there Monday, January 20th for Inauguration Day. We'll have big screen TVs, so you won't miss any of the festivities. Plus, you can hang out with a bunch of like-minded people, and it'll be a fun time. And let's everybody come out. I'm asking everybody right now, come out. The Newtown Athletic Club. It's go time for your fitness at the Newtown Athletic Club or the NAC in Bucks County. The NAC offers a variety of family-friendly gym memberships to accommodate each stage of your life, from youth to active aging, young families to empty nesters. Schedule a visit. Go to newtownathletic.com. That's newtownathletic.com. Please make sure you join us. Because like I said, they said the other day, they're like, 7:30, 7:45. What time do you think? Yeah, what time do you think your listeners will start coming? I said, they're going to be camped out there, and they'll be there before we are. By the way, before I get to any of this, breaking news, guys. So this just came down on Twitter. Phil, if you want to put it up. That is Sean Farish.
Oh, no.
The President of the United States of America.
Oh, jeez.
101 COVID?
He tweeted that out about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that means for us. We haven't heard from him. So maybe he's going to try and drink some fluids, come on as the president-elect, but I'm not sure.
Should I text him?
101.3. Mr. Farish, as somebody who's been there over the last couple of days, I feel for you.
Yep.
And I would not have had the stones to come on the radio. So if you do, you're a better man than I. But yeah, I'm sure you're a better man than I. So will Sean join us in about 45 minutes?
I just texted him.
We will see.
And if he declines to come on and says he doesn't feel well, then after he says no, I will rip him for posting a picture of his fever.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He's got the fever.
Yeah. Because as you know, when you test positive for COVID,
he didn't. No. Hang on. He did not say COVID.
I know.
He said the flu.
If you have the flu, COVID, you don't need to let your followers know that you're sick.
But I think that COVID would be better than the COVID's usually that 100, that weird 100.4 or
Well, that's where I
remember
was.
that?
That's where I was for 5 days, like around 100.7.
Yep.
So this one, like he has the chills. I hope he doesn't have. I mean, the flu is, I think, way worse than COVID.
My wife yesterday took off of work. She goes, "I'm just feeling off."
Oh no!
And I was like, "You're getting it," because I had whatever. I don't know what I had. I don't test for anything. I just suck it up and lay in bed and cry like a baby. And then my daughter's had fevers, but she has something, and she's like, I don't think it's really anything. I just feel off.
Road Warrior asked. Speaking of the knack, Road Warrior asked if there is going to be food at the knack. I believe there is. I believe there's going to be food and drinks. So, but you can always pack your own.
Well, do they have they have.
No, they
don't have.
That is
like a little
that is an accommodating
FA?
group. So
Yeah.
I'm sure that they will pull out all the stops for 1210
WPHT.
PHT. Okay, let's start with this. Since we never got to this, Nick, are you cool if we do the Carter funeral?
I am cool with anything, and Sean Ferris has said yes, he is still good to come on.
What a trooper.
Oh, man, he is.
We love you.
He says he's pumped full of meds and coffee. This is going to be epic.
Oh, man. I would, if you're like driving to work or you have to be somewhere at 8:30, I would stay in your car.
Yes.
Because this is going to be, he's going to be all pilled up.
little loopy president.
Hopped up on meds. All right, let's play the video that everybody is discussing. I believe this is what you were talking about, Nick Kayal. This is Donald Trump and Obama at the Jimmy Carter funeral, yucking it up. Roll it.
There he is, talking. Obama grins. Then he starts to laugh, bobbing his head. Now Trump gets close to the ear. Laura Bush is scratching her ear. George Bush looks like he's cream. I don't know what happened to George Bush. He's gained about 30 pounds. Kamala looks back. Oh, my God. Dougie, can you believe this? Barack and Trump are talking. How did I not beat him? They set me up for failure because I'm a woman. Obama's like, yeah. Can you believe that? We tried to call you Hitler, bro. I don't really think you're Hitler. We just wanted to beat you. You can't come into our playground. We've told you that. Tried to indict you, but I can dodge bullets. By the way, Melania looks like she's dressed like a pilgrim. What's going on over there? You notice that?
You know what? You took yesterday. That was I said on the air because I usually love her fashion, but this is a very different.
Fashion.
I know.
Yeah,
Melania.
everything about her.
I'm obsessed with Melania Trump.
It's really kind of disturbing.
Can we freeze the end of that there with just the visual? Because Melania is like it looks like, and I always say this. This is almost a verbatim statement from me. Every time all of the former presidents and their wives get together, the first ladies, she always just, and it's not a knock on her, but she looks very uncomfortable. I don't think, and
well,
Dawn,
yeah,
I don't think she enjoys these settings. She doesn't, she doesn't feel like she's a part of the club, right? And maybe that's because, she gets the vibes that, everybody there hates her husband. I don't know what it is, but she would probably rather be in 40,000 different venues than being around all these politicians.
Well, in the front row, the individuals, who basically made sure that her private home and her closet and her underwear drawer were raided.
Sure.
In Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, I get it. I understand it. I don't want to be around any of those politicians either.
And then to the side, I mean, there's Hillary Clinton, Russia, Steele dossier.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, she's like...
So let's break this down. Joe looks like he's in a trance. Get over to YouTube, by the way.
Joe came in late,
yeah.
by the way. Remember that?
Yep.
Fell asleep.
He took a nap mid-service.
Yep.
You know, I've been known to do that as well. I can't knock the guy. Dr. Jill is, I don't know, she looks about as stiff as a pencil right there. Kamala looks like a scorned lover. Dougie wanted to be the first gentleman. His gig is up, so he'll get back to, chastising women in his L.A. law office. And then you got Dead and Deader in the back left corner with Bill and Hillary. By the way, did you see the video when Kamala comes walking in with Doug? They had a video of Bill Clinton, and his head just keeps moving and following, and he's like checking out Kamala.
Yeah.
But I think, Bill's still ready to go.
She's got kind of a nice booty.
Yeah. I was just going to say.
But didn't he call Melania hot at one point or something?
Mm-hmm.
So
He did. Yeah.
Yep.
And then there was that, I don't know if he actually ever spoke to Ivanka, but there was that Saturday Night Live bit.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That where he was like, hey, Ivanka.
Yep.
Now, do you think the seating, obviously up front, you've got the current president and first lady, the vice president. Do you think the seating was set up for Trump and Obama to be next to each other? Because even if Michelle was there, Michelle would probably be between Laura and Barack. But apparently Michelle Obama had a vacation, according to reports, that she was in Hawaii.
Nick, she released her, because people were noting it.
Yeah.
So if you look at the timing, her spokesperson released a statement that Michelle, and she didn't even, the statement didn't really mention Carter, but like sort of gave this, celebrating the life and the great things about the then president. But, she's taking an extended holiday vacation.
Yes.
She's staying in Hawaii.
Why is she always vacationing without her husband?
Why? And
everybody notice that?
And also, like, for an event like this where it's, it's a former president, I feel like maybe cut the Hawaii. I mean, it's not like they can't afford a private jet to take her to this funeral and then fly her right back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you do this.
I mean, I could see Michelle Obama, one day down the road when Trump passes away, not showing up for Trump's funeral, right? She probably hates his guts. But this is Jimmy Carter, a 100-year-old Democrat,
I said this earlier, and I'm standing by it, that if Michelle was at this funeral with Barack, Trump and Obama would not have been chummy.
Well, so I think that Trump and Obama would have sat next to each other.
Yep.
I think that Michelle's absence, maybe she had work done because it was over the holidays, nice little plastic surgery period, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And if she did, and even though Carter died, quite frankly, did she have plenty of time? Perhaps not, if she had a little procedure and can't be seen.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Or is there trouble in paradise between Michelle and Barack?
It's interesting. The front, Nick, you mentioned the front row being, the current president, vice president. That's the one-timers club.
Mm-hmm.
The back row there is the two-timers club with Trump, Obama,
good point,
GW, and Bill Clinton.
And then in the third row, you've got Al Gore and Mike Pence.
The wannabe row.
The wannabe row.
By the way, I don't have the video, but if you notice, Trump and Melania come in, shake Al Gore's hand, shake Mike Pence's hand, and Karen Pence.
Giving the glare.
Wants nothing to do with either of them.
Death glare.
Yeah.
But I will say this about as far as Trump and Obama, I think that was important because, and it was Michelle Obama who gave that incredible speech at the DNC. She was praised even to have a better speech than her husband. But, there were people on social media and even on the networks, on the conservative networks going, oh, look, Obama having fun with Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. Evil. It just shows how disingenuous they were. But I think also the fact that Obama is a business guy, he's smart. He's sucking up to Trump now. And it's like kissing the ring once again.
I've got this funeral summary that was written, and it says, if ever there was a gathering to prove that politics is naught but the theater of the absurd, Jimmy Carter's funeral surely did the job. There was Karen Pence, stiff as a picket fence and twice as cold, acting as though Donald and Melania Trump were invisible. Or maybe she just wished they were. George W. Bush, with the mindset of a schoolboy, jabbed Barack Obama in the gut, prompting laughter from both Obama and Trump. An alliance of giggles I reckon nobody saw coming. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden sat as silent as tombstones, their tongues tied by choice or circumstance, while Joe Biden himself drifted off into a nap that seemed as deep as the occasion was solemn. Hillary Clinton looked like she swallowed a lemon whole, her face drawn tight in a way that suggested the only thing heavier than her grief was her patience. And then there was Melania Trump, her eyes scanning the room as though she stumbled into the wrong play and was wondering how on earth she got cast into this one. Altogether, it was a scene ripe for the pen of a humorist, if not a tragedy, a motley assembly of America's political high and mighty, proving once again that in this great republic of ours, even in moments of mourning, there's always room for a little farce.
I think it just shows, though, to be very honest, it shows the power of Trump and this victory and how big it is and how the Democrats are in complete and utter disarray.
It shows me none of that.
They hate each other.
It shows me that politics is professional wrestling, and anybody who buys into either side as the end of this, the end of that, this will be the end of this, is that shows you what they really think of each other.
You know what's actually amazing about this, to both of your points, is I get the sense that Kamala and Joe and a few of the people in the front row, they hate each other more than they actually might hate Trump.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
There wasn't a lot of pleasant greetings.
There was nothing.
Yeah.
And CNN commented on it when they were playing the live video of them coming in.
Yep.
I forget. It might have been Tapper, or that might have been too late in the afternoon. Maybe it was King. Somebody in the midday, roughly, on CNN was like, "Well, that was a kind of a very cold exchange. Not the warmest greeting we've ever seen." Mm-hmm.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so, and hit the like button. Also, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, please hit the follow button on 1210 WPHT. It's all free. It costs you nothing. It takes you literally a millisecond, but it helps us tremendously. Trump addressed what his conversation with Barack Obama, because he gave a kind of a impromptu press conference last night at Mar-a-Lago.
Mm-hmm.
This is cut 17. We'll go through some of the stuff he said last night, excuse me. But let's start with his conversation with Barack Obama.
Off the top, you mentioned the Carter funeral today. What were you talking to Barack Obama about?
It did look very friendly, I must say. I didn't realize it. I didn't realize it, how friendly it looked. I saw it on your wonderful network just a little while ago before I came in, and I said, boy, they look like two people that like each other, and we probably do. We have little different philosophies, right? But we probably do. I don't know, we just got along, but I got along with just about everybody on that. We met backstage, as you know, before we went on, and I thought it was a beautiful service, but we all got along very well, which is good.
In California.
Yeah, so Obama and Trump, we probably have a lot in common. We're probably now all of a sudden maybe we get a golf match, Trump and Obama together on the golf course.
Yeah,
break the internet. Everybody's heads will explode. Those that despise Obama will, I can't believe and then those that hate Trump, he's hanging with Hitler.
But I think it was an important moment that everybody has to notice, that the guy who chooses to sit next to Trump is the most popular, right? Hillary Clinton, not popular. Bill Clinton, not like, look at if it's a popularity situation.
Yeah.
Biden, loser.
Yep.
Kamala Harris, loser. And so Obama, though, extremely popular.
He's the Messiah.
Yes.
He's been running the country. So, this was what did we say? It was Obama's third term.
So the fact that he is not just sitting next to Trump, he chooses to sit next to the president-elect, and he chooses to sit there in a very friendly, chummy, back and forth. Obviously, I would love to know what Trump said, and I know Peter Doocy asked it, but I mean, Trump was saying things. He was making Obama like LOL. He was laughing and they were giggling. And Obama clearly enjoying that back and forth. And so I will say this, it's a unifying moment. Everybody saw it. It was very public.
Is it?
They're both,
do you really think
yes,
it is?
I do.
I mean, what? A unifying...
It ends the whole ridiculous MAGA thing that happened here in Philadelphia that that's over. The whole dictator, evil, Satan.
Maybe for
crud.
Obama, but you think
but
Democrat...
Obama's the man right now. You know what I mean?
But do you think the Democrat Party all of a sudden is going to take the foot off the gas with the vilification of Donald Trump?
As far as that whole narrative, it's gone. Obama erased it with that moment.
I would
It
like
just showed to me how phony politics is.
To Greg's point, I mean, if Obama really thought that Trump, his policies, that he's an evil dictator, he's Hitler.
Well, to be fair, too,
he never thought that.
To be fair, too, Trump went on a thing about 12 years ago about how Obama wasn't from this country and he was Muslim and he was this, that, and the other.
The whole birth certificate.
He's out there yucking it up with him too. So the pendulum swings both ways.
Oh yeah, it cuts both ways for sure.
Absolutely.
But I mean, to think that, like, I'll just rattle off a bunch of Democrats right now: Liz Warren, Jasmine Crockett, Gretchen Whitmer, whoever you want to talk about.
All
right?
losers. You're all losers.
But do you think that they're all of a sudden going to change? Or let's say, what was the phrase that everybody was using after Butler, PA, and the attempted assassination? Dial back the temperature or tone down the rhetoric. I just don't see that coming from, because this is where I agree with Greg. If, now it's a losing endeavor, but they're going to continue to double down with all the rhetoric and the fear mongering and all of that. It's not going to work for them. I mean, again, they'd be better off taking the Fetterman approach. I just don't see Democrats unless Obama unless he would give the edict, right? Unless Obama sends out the mass DNC email and says, no more Hitler stuff. Let's get back to focusing on what we can do to win elections and stop calling Trump, a third world dictator. Unless that came down, I don't see it changing.
Let's do more from Trump from his press conference. What about the wildfires? This is cut 19, and Governor Gavin Newsom's response to it. Cut 19, go.
What specifically do you think Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass could have done differently to prepare for this $50 billion fire?
We have great governors in this room, and if you look at the way their states, I think I can say without exception, anybody doing poorly in here? I don't think so. I mean, without exception, we have great governors here that have done a great job with their states. And I don't think, and you'll probably, if there's a weak link, you're going to find it and you're going to be asking the next question of that person. Gavin Newsom had an opportunity to have millions of gallons a week, a day, millions and millions of gallons come down from the north. And I was able to get him federal approval from that, from the Department of Commerce of all departments. I didn't realize it would go through Commerce. I would have thought environmental, but it goes through Commerce. I got all of the approvals, and he said, I don't want to sign it. I don't want the water. We don't need the water. I said, you need the water. Your reservoirs are empty, the whole place. You need the water. That was 5 years ago. And I had it all done. The work was all done. We sent it to him. He refused to sign it. And if you noticed yesterday, the hydrants were empty. They didn't have any water, many of them. They said 20%, but now I just heard 50%, and now none of them have water, and that fire is still raging. When he turned that down, I was going to give him unlimited water. It would come down, it really comes down from the north, way up north, including parts of Canada. It's so much water that they wouldn't know what to do with. Just the opposite would have happened. And that's the reason that this happened. He wouldn't do what we wanted. And we're going to force that upon him now. But it's very late, because I think it's one of the great catastrophes in the history of our nation. This is not just in Los Angeles. I've never seen anything like that, devastation. And we're talking about homes that cost $200, $300, $400 million. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. People that, and very influential people worldwide. I don't know that they ever go back either, because they weren't happy with California. They weren't happy with Gavin Newsom. They weren't happy with their whole lifestyle there, with the crime being out of control, all the other problems. They were not happy. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not they're going to build, or whether somebody else is going to build. And and build a much lesser home. These were the most expensive homes outside of Palm Beach County. I see a list outside of Palm Beach. These were the most expensive homes anywhere in the world.
So three takeaways here. Number one, here's the lesson to be learned. When the man who hates water because he loves Diet Coke and never drinks water says you need water, you should probably listen to him, Gavin Newsom. Was it Rogan or Dana White said, I've never seen Trump drink water in his life. He doesn't drink water. All he does is drink Diet Coke. Yeah. Just, water is it's like nature's juice. You probably need it. Mm-hmm. Number two, it's really indefensible for Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, who they're not newbies to the state of California, right? To reiterate a point that Schellenberger made, these are people that have known the risk reward of this in that state with what they deal with from nature for a very, very long time. And then lastly, I would say when we're talking about all of the things that they got wrong, they catered to a fringe group. Was it Native Americans, I believe, that wanted to preserve the smelt fish?
Yep.
Again, so you want to save a little sardine. And here's the thing, and this is kind of the luxury that these people, Trump talking about the property values, the second highest except for Palm Beach in Florida. I actually think there's a lot of these. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to change their political views and vote Republican, but those that have the ability, those Hollywood A-listers to relocate, they've got the means to leave. They can go to Austin, Texas, or Nashville or Florida.
Yep. We played this earlier, and I'm going to play it again. We played it at 6:40, but for those of you who tuned in late, first of all, where have you been?
We started 6 a.m.
But Gavin Newsom but we'll get back to the Trump press conference in a second. But since we're talking about Gavin Newsom, he was confronted yesterday on the street by a constituent who is not happy with him, with his response to what's happening in California, in Los Angeles. He lied to her right off the bat and said, I'm on the phone right now with the president. And then when pressed, he says, well, I tried to get through, but, can you hear me now? Roll it.
Governor, you got a second? Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now.
Literally.
To specifically answer the question of what
Literally.
we can do for you and your daughter.
Literally.
Can I hear it? Because I don't believe it.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Lying
Because it's not going
scumbag.
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I want to get in your SUV.
I'm doing that right now, and it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids. Losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally, you know that.
I literally
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
I appreciate it. I'm going to make the call to address everything I can right now, including making sure people
I'd
are
like
safe.
to make sure you do. Can I have an opportunity to at least tell people you're doing what you're saying you're doing? Could somebody have a contact? Can I have your contact information?
Right there.
Yeah, hi, Chipotle. Sorry I was interrupted. I'd like to continue placing my to-go order. That was no guac on that bowl, by the way.
She's California mom, Rachel Darvish. She's not. The thing about it is, she's so authentic. I mean, even when she's talking to him, and at one point, her hands are clasped together as if praying.
Yeah.
And
kids'
pleading.
lives have been destroyed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, and the questions that she's asking are better than any news reporter in any of these news conferences.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, Sky News has done a tremendous job of coverage with this. From the Karen Bass interview where she's standing in the terminal, and that guy was just hitting her with question after question when she was silent.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking of somebody who cannot plan, So she comes back. Think about this. She's in Ghana with some president she's never met. It was a free vacation. It's a junket, basically. And she's on a plane trip for 17 and a half hours.
Oh, that's brutal.
17 and a half hours. And you don't ever, the lack of planning, just completely, look at another example of it. You don't think in that 17 and a half hours, boy, I better prepare for some tough questions because they're going to be asking me, why would I leave when I had been warned that these high winds and that the fire risk and da-da-da-da, I'm sure I'm going to face some time. I better prepare something to say.
Yeah, she was binge watching Netflix on the flight.
Sleep at the wheel.
Just awful.
So there's been a lot of discussion, especially on the local Los Angeles news, about the water situation. And I think it was Rick Caruso, who is he's a businessman, and I think he's on the board of trustees for the University of Southern California. He's a big deal in Southern California. He's the one who started raising the alarms on the fact that there's literally no water in any of these hydrants. So the local news reported it, but then had to make a little disclaimer. Like this is the epitome of fake news.
Okay.
They reported it, but then they had a little disclaimer. There's no proof that any of that is true. Literally moments later, after this reporter says this, there's a reporter on the scene who basically said, "I just talked to the fire chief who said there's no water."
Okay.
It's amazing. It's amazing, like this juxtaposition of well, we don't know if that's true or not, to a reporter saying, "No, I just talked to somebody and it's 100% true."
You just can't hate the media enough.
This really, if there's a reason why it's something like this, this is cut 8, Phil, if you have it, go.
Former LA mayoral candidate and real estate developer Rick Caruso criticizing the city's response to the windstorm and fires. He says officials should have been more prepared.
The real issue to me is twofold. We've had decades to go remove the brush in these hills that spreads so quickly. And the second is you got to have water. And my understanding is the reservoir was not refilled in time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Yes. Despite what you have heard from Caruso, no firefighters have told us that they are running out of water.
Okay.
Watch.
And let's go out to Gigi Graciette. She is live in Pacific Palisades. I know your signal's not the best, but Gigi, what can you tell us?
Well, firefighters have told me they have no water in this block, and you may be able to make out the ember storm that we're in the middle of right now.
Amazing.
This
It is
house
really
going to
nice.
be a total loss.
Same
They
newscast.
have no
Inferno.
water to put on this
Seconds
fire.
apart.
They are
Seconds
standing
apart.
by because they're trying to save the home that is next to it.
Before we go back to the media for a second, I don't know the answer. I'm asking the question. Why would the brush not be removed? I mean, when you look at some of these areas, where does it create more of like privacy and seclusion in some of these areas? I'd love to know why, because I would presume, unless it's a very dangerous cliff or something like that, but even with that, they have, machinery and people that are, willing to strap themselves up and protect them and dangle over and remove these types of things. This seems like not totally preventable, but man, they could have mitigated their damages in many different ways. And it just seems like a dereliction of duty across the board. Like they were legitimately asleep at the wheel for this.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of the media, we're being ripped. Greg and I, that is.
Of course.
Dan Boy says, yesterday, R.E., you and Greg mocking Muir and his attire at fires. Dislike Muir, how he chooses to portray the news. He's a smacked ass. But you and Greg sounded like a couple of young girls calling attention to vanity, clothespins, etc. If you're a man, get him on something else. I don't know what that means. If you're a man, get him on something else.
Well, he would. I mean, and I did say this yesterday that I can't even look at him because of the way here in Philadelphia that so-called debate where he just. I mean, that was horrible. What ABC and David Muir, who's did to Trump. It was awful.
I agree.
It was terrible.
but sounding like a couple of young girls calling attention to vanity. The guy went out of his way to put whether he did it, whether he was knowingly doing it, whether it was like Dawn, you said, his crew. I mean, my God, like, do you really like? This is again like same thing I said earlier with Gavin Newsom. Like, dude, why don't you just roll up your sleeves and get out there and look like a normal human? I mean, you're not in the studio.
Yeah.
I just think here's the thing. Like Bill Melugin, you look at him. He was anchoring I think over the weekend. To me, Bill Melugin is a future like superstar. The guy is just a hardworking, real reporter.
He did great work at the border.
He did at the border, and now he's breaking news with this story too.
Yeah.
So this ABC, they're a hot mess. I mean, they're imploding with George Stephanopoulos, the lawsuit they lost, what he did with Trump, Nancy May. I mean, I think ABC and the complicit media, they're the losers too in what has happened now.
Let's go back to the Trump press conference yesterday in Mar-a-Lago. He talked about drones. Remember the drones?
Yeah.
And will we ever find out what exactly those drones were? This has got 16. Go.
A story that kind of disappeared very suddenly. Do you have any idea whatever happened to the drones?
What happened to drones?
Well, you said that you thought the government knew what was happening with these drones over New Jersey. There were some by Bedminster.
I don't know. They're over Bedminster a lot, so I can imagine. I'm going to give you a report on drones about one day into the administration, because I think it's ridiculous that they're not telling you about what's going on with the drones. And it's not only with me. Glenn was telling me today that in Virginia they have drones all over the place too, and nobody's reporting it. I don't know why they're not. Do you want to say something about that?
Just one quick comment, which is we are home to the largest naval base in the world in Quantico, and we house a lot of the SEAL teams and have a huge national security infrastructure. And now for 2 years running, we have had drone incursion over secure airspace, and we still don't know why. And I think that's absolutely unacceptable. And I think President Trump and the new leadership coming in, I think, will work diligently to understand who's behind this and what we do in order to stop the digital surveillance of all of our secure infrastructure.
Is it dangerous?
Well, I can tell you this. While we were dealing with a terrorist attack in New Orleans, we had drones being flown over our nuclear reactors in Louisiana. And we brought that attention to the FAA. We've been asking the FAA to give these states the ability to mitigate these drones, and it's sitting on some bureaucrat's desk. And that's real.
Governor
Nobody
Jeff
knows.
Landry.
They don't want to talk about it. Go ahead, Governor. You're going to say?
I was just going to say we have drones in Wyoming flying over our infrastructure as well. And it's incredibly frustrating that we not only have no way of knowing what it is, but nobody knows how to deal with it.
Mark Gordon.
They don't want to talk about it, and nobody knows why. They don't want to talk about it. That could be us sending drones. I hope that's the case, us doing it and doing research, and maybe they don't want to talk about it from that standpoint. I hope it's not an enemy, but we're going to find out on the 21st, the day after. You have to give me a little time for the inauguration, but shortly thereafter, we'll give you a report on it. We'll tell you exactly what it is. They know, and it's very strange that they aren't talking about it.
It's also very strange that the story has just completely vanished.
Agreed.
It's just everybody in lockstep. This is a non-story. It doesn't exist. Let's move on to something else.
Agreed.
Interesting that to Trump's right in the meeting with all the Republican GOP governors, to his right, Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. To his left, you heard Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry.
Mm-hmm. What about the Greenland purchase? This is what he said on that. Cut 21, Phil.
Don Jr. and some of your team just got back from Greenland.
Stop it
What's
for a
the
second.
price tag?
Stop for a second.
Yep.
Well,
is Peter Busey the only one asking questions here?
He was chosen as the pool reporter.
Okay. Shocking.
That's why.
Yeah.
Shocking that he's the guy. All right, roll it.
The deuce
For
man.
sake, look, we're going to have to see what happens because Denmark, we need this for national security. We need Greenland very badly. You look at the Russian ships, the China ships, they're all over the place. They're, surrounding. Now, they have for a long time. That's a lane. But we need that for national security. So I don't know that Denmark has any right, title, and interest, and we're going to find that. But I can tell you, you saw the clips that were released. The people of Greenland would love to become a state of the United States of America. We were greeted with tremendous love and affection and respect. The people would like to be a part of the United States. Now, Denmark maybe doesn't like it, but then we can't be too happy with Denmark, and maybe things have to happen with respect to Denmark having to do with tariffs, because they have to do this, I think, for the free world. We need that to protect the free world. It's very important and getting more important every year.
So the question now becomes, is Canada the 51st state and Greenland the 52nd state? Or is it the other way around? It looks like Pierre Poilievre's got the inside track to be the 51st governor of the United States of America. But who becomes the governor of Greenland then? I'd like to nominate Sean Farish. And we'll see what Sean Farish says about Greenland coming up in about 10 minutes.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that.
Well,
Nicholas.
Are you gonna? Do you have Fetterman?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. This is on 24. About John Fetterman joked because he has a meeting coming up. He's going to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump
this weekend.
And this is what he had to say. Roll it, Phil.
Holy Moses.
Hey, Senator. Can we ask you what you hope to get out of your visit to Mar-a-Lago to talk to Donald Trump?
What are we talking about here? Is there some news?
There's some news. We hear that you're going to be heading down to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yes, I've heard that. Yeah.
What will you be discussing with the president?
Well, yeah, I demand that I need to be made Pope of Greenland.
Pope of Greenland.
Do you have the resume to be Pope?
I'm having a conversation like he's the president is going to be. So, I am not the senator for just Democrats in Pennsylvania. I'm everyone's senator in Pennsylvania. And so it's just having a conversation with the president.
There you go.
Sean Fetterman, what a character this guy. Where's the tweet? I got to find this. Duffy Domino sent me a tweet. He says, in response to a Fetterman tweet, but he tags me about 3 minutes ago. He says, I like this. I'm telling you, he's getting ready for 2028 and may not even be a Democrat at that time. Question is, will he be wearing a suit or a hoodie? I bet it's a suit. Maybe you guys should throw up a poll on YouTube. Duffy Domino, I do believe he is going to be a legit option in 2028, but there's no shot in hell he's ever a Republican. We got to stop that. He's going to be a Democrat for life. Now, is he going to slide away, and has he been sliding away from all the progressive crap? Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think that's his goal, is to appeal to more people on a broad spectrum, because he does have – and when people say, no, there's no chance he's going to run, don't forget, remember in 2022, after he defeated Oz, it took all of 72 hours for the left-wing media to be asking the question about whether or not Fetterman is presidential material. The guy didn't even get sworn in as a senator, and they were already rushing ahead to the presidency.
But think about Fetterman. Is he the new Joe Manchin? And that then he becomes, because he's meeting, Trump invited him. He's accepting the invitation. I don't have the exact timing of when it's going to happen this weekend, but it's happening. And that makes Fetterman uniquely powerful. And that's, Manchin's out. I think he is the new guy, if you will, and somebody who's attractive to differently minded voters. You know what I mean? A combo of a Joe Manchin, maybe a Bernie, you know what I mean? Getting those kinds of people.
On Canada becoming the 51st state, Trump was also asked about that. This has got 22, Phil. Go.
You threatened tariffs on Canada a couple weeks ago. Justin Trudeau rushed down here. He wanted to make nice. Now he's on the way out. Is that what you wanted?
I didn't think he was going to quit. He probably saw the numbers. Look, I called him Governor Trudeau because they should be the 51st state, really. It would make a great state. And the people of Canada like it. They pay lower taxes. They have virtually no military. They have a very small military. They pay less than 1%. They're about the lowest payer in NATO. They're supposed to pay much more. They haven't been paying. They have a lot of problems. And I was with Wayne Gretzky. I said, Wayne, would you like to be the governor of Canada? I can't imagine anybody doing any better than Wayne. Wayne was not too interested. But I think he probably would have liked statehood. He's a friend of mine. He's a great guy. He's the great one. We call him the great one, right? He's a great hockey player. But I will say this. I think that there's, it was stated pretty strongly a couple of weeks ago about Canada, and people laughed. And now they're all saying, well, it's very interesting. And I say from the standpoint of the United States, we're subsidizing Canada $200 and $250 billion a year. We have massive deficits. They've taken about 20% of our car business. I'd rather do it here. We could put tariffs on. We don't have tariffs on them yet, but that will happen. But they've taken about 20% of our car business. I'd rather have it done in Detroit or have it done in South Carolina or any other state that does cars, and we have a lot of them. We don't need Canada for that. We don't need Canada for lumber because we have big forests that we have, not utilized. In some cases, they're protected, which I can take that protection off. And you take down a tree and you grow a better tree. That's, pretty common. But we don't need anything. We don't need their fuel. We don't need their energy. We don't need their oil and gas. We don't need anything that they have. And I said to Trudeau, I said, why are we subsidizing you $200 and $250 billion a year? He said, I really don't know. And I said, well, I don't know either. I said, what would happen to Canada if we didn't? He said Canada would be obliterated if that happened. I said, then Canada should be a 51st state. And that's where we...
And we don't need their stinking beer either, right?
Exactly.
Molson and Labatt's.
Low energy beer.
Low energy beer, indeed.
Look, I know the media keeps talking about these polls, but the truth is, if you think about the European Union and the dollar, and just from a purely, not political, but a purely like business aspect to it, I wonder if they did a poll where they just asked Canadians about a financial arrangement that makes us all stronger financially, makes the dollar stronger, that sort of thing.
Well, and that's why I think Pierre's going to be a runaway winner whenever they have their election. Polymarket has him as a 92% favorite. The only guy that could beat him right now is number 99, Wayne Gretzky, the great one. And as you heard, Trump said he's got no interest in any of that. And Pierre's going to win, as you heard in that clip yesterday. He's going to cap spending, budget cuts, all of that, get inflation under control. Hopefully you can have housing and rent and mortgages that are affordable again. And you'll be able to, dunk on the media while you chew on a red delicious apple.
But they have reserves, oil, big time oil in Alberta, right? That's their big... Trump's not talking about that. They're oil reserves.
Yeah.
And I think Trump feels that Canada is a key when we talk about North America being energy independent, not just America, but as well. It'd be sweet if we had a deal with our northern neighbors, to help out with that energy independence.
As Al Bundy said in Married with Children, the two biggest scams are the Loch Ness Monster and Canada. He was not wrong. All right, Sean Farish is going to join us from Nashville, Tennessee, coming up next as we continue here in the 8 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Wawa. Right now, Wawa Rewards members can get a bonus offer of $1 for any size hot coffee, $2 for iced coffee, and $3 for a 16-ounce Monster Energy drink. If you're not a rewards member, now is the time to join. And speaking of joining, I've joined up with the Piazza Auto Group now for coming up on almost 3 years, and recently just drove the 2025 Hyundai Tucson. It's the winter. You're going to want a vehicle that is dependable. It's the brand's most popular SUV. Bold new design with plenty of cargo space. While its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any of life's adventures or those weather adventures. We could get a dusting. We could get 10 inches. You never know. The weather people, they're always wrong. Piazza is always right. It also protects you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown right off of Route 422 or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. Online anytime at piazzahyundai.com.
We've been talking all morning about being prepared, right, and making sure that your family's well fed. That's really where my friends at whatacrock.com help me out all the time and really rescue me as far as making sure that no matter what's going on, no matter what's hitting the fan with regard to my family, the weather, whatever, I always have whatacrock.com, a homemade meal, not by me, but it's right there in my freezer. So think about this and let What a Crock help you with their easy-to-cook, nutritious dinners. You just drop a meal right into your slow cooker in the morning, go about your day, come home to a delicious dinner waiting for you. And by the way, there have been times where I have this crazy long day. I get home. You don't have to cook it in the slow cooker all day. There are other options that you can cook it more quickly. For me, it's just convenient. Wee hours of the morning, plop it into the slow cooker, and then when we get home, it's just simmering and delicious. But it's really my backup plan. I love that. No chopping, no slicing, no searing, or any other prep is required. No subscription required. That's a great option too. You can get a subscription if you want, but you don't have to. What a Croc's meal. They're delicious. I mean, you should have the beef stew is the tender beef, or whether it's the chicken parm meatballs with the center of that delicious melted Parmesan cheese, which is like this pleasant surprise, biting into the chicken parm meatballs, grandma's beef meatballs. I could go on and on. The different soups, the different chilies, and the breakfast options as far as the French toast type. I mean, oh my gosh, it's making me hungry right now. Whatacrock.com. You got to do this. Great gift, by the way, for college students, new parents. Meals come very quickly, delivered right to your doorstep. If you want the person that you're giving a gift to be able to just choose their own meals, give the gift of a whatacrock.com digital gift card. Make sure you use promo code WPHT, $10 off your order, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The election is over and a new pro-business administration's about to begin. At Swish Funding, we're ready to help America's small businesses thrive in 25. Whether it's for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding has flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. You could get a decision in minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours, with rates as low as 8%. To qualify, be in business at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of at least $50,000. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH funding.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
8:37 on a Friday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You can stream us on the free Odyssey app. That's one avenue. You can watch us live on YouTube. You can get the podcast later in the day. You can even do what we used to do back in like 2008. You can go to 1210WPHT.com and download the show from there. Does anybody still do that? Has anybody actually gone to a website recently?
I see all kinds of metrics and stuff.
Yeah.
And, people listening on their desktop. There are.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. If you can't get us, you're not trying.
The old URL.
That's what Karen Bass would say.
100%.
URL.
Yep.
And that's it. Nothing after it. Just URL. Sean Farish, live from Tennessee. We'll actually speak to Donald Trump in a moment. We've got Trump on the second line, so we had to tell the 47th president, just hold your horses, sir, because we have to actually check in on the status of Sean Farish, who's dealing with, as he posted on social media, which I always love, his temperature. He's got a fever. How you feeling, pal?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I am pumped full of cold meds and flu meds. I don't think I've ever drank as much Dayquil in my life, but we're ready to go. And I don't want to keep the president waiting because I'm going to get chewed out. You know what I mean? He's going to be very upset with me.
That's right.
He said, what are you talking to this guy? He looks like the Dallas store Bradley Cooper. What
Yeah.
are you doing? You're making me wait for that guy.
Exactly right.
He's
getting mad.
Sean is more of a man than I am because when I had that, I called him and I said, Sean, you got to fill in for me, buddy. I can't do this. Texting him this morning, he's like, nah, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'm like, wow, this guy's a baller.
We're having a good time.
There you go.
I mean, you look great, but I could tell when we first went to you, like in your eyes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can see
Mama
that.
Stensland. Mama Stensland.
The
There was not a
glassy-eyed
lot of
look.
sleeping last night.
Yeah.
We got some good material. So
All right.
the flu. Listen, we're doing great.
All right, so we will put Sean Farish on hold. He's going to drink Pedialyte as we welcome in the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, great to have you with us again this morning. Sir, how are you?
Well, we've been better, right? We have the flu, and I just want to say something to all of the virus particles that are entering my body. We're slapping a 100% tariff on all of the virus particles that are entering my body. And if it turns out that this came from China, that'll be a 200% tariff. So we're doing a very good job. I met with my immune system this morning. Supreme Court said you have immunity. And my red, white, and blue blood cells were doing a tremendous job. Tom Homan is in charge of the white blood cells right now. They call him a white supremacist. You know that? They say that, but he's in charge of the white blood cells, and he's going to carry out the largest viral deportation operation the world has ever seen. And the fever, right? 1013 is what we said, but it's coming down. It's going down faster than Joy Reid's ratings, I can tell you that.
Oh, beautiful. Mr. President, you caused quite a stir with Greenland, the Gulf of Mexico, the Panama Canal. What are your plans for all of these bodies of water in other countries?
Well, let's talk about the Pacific Ocean first, because apparently California can't get any water. So we're thinking of airlifting Chris Christie, dropping him into the Pacific Ocean and creating a tsunami that'll put out the fire in about 15 minutes. Okay.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
It might not be the nicest thing to do, but it's a horrible thing that's happening in California. You look at the Gulf of Mexico, it's called the Gulf of America now. We're taking it. It's going to be rightfully ours. Our country borders more of it than Mexico does. So we're taking it back. And you look at Greenland and that big, beautiful ogre I like to call John Fetterman. I'm bringing him down to Mar-a-Lago. He doesn't know this, but I'm bringing him to Mar-a-Lago because I really want to meet the lump on his neck, right? I want to see what the hell that thing is all about.
Good night, everybody.
And I heard that he might be running for president. It'll be Fetterman Lump 2028. We'll see what happens. But he's a interesting character, right? From the great state of Pennsylvania. He's a Steelers fan. I heard he loves Renegade by the Styx. I actually wrote that song. Oh, mama, right? Oh, mama. The hangman's coming down from the gallows. I don't have very long, right? It's a beautiful thing. The jig is up. The news is out. They finally found me. It's a tremendous thing. I like that song a lot better than Fly Eagles Fly, by the way. I just want to say that.
Oh, come on.
You know that? I just have to say it. I have to say it.
Yeah.
the terrible towel. We named it after crooked Hillary Clinton. It's terrible. But, he's a good guy, and we'll see what happens. But we're going to take Greenland, whether they like it or not. And I dare Denmark to tell me no. Let me just tell you something. You're Denmark. Learn your place in the world, okay? Learn your place in the world.
Exactly right. You mentioned the wildfires and dropping Chris Christie into the Pacific to douse the flames. California wildfires, Karen Bass completely inept, Gavin Newsom taking fake phone calls, disaster after disaster. And you were right about the water up north, and they didn't listen.
Well, I just want to say something first. I've never been wrong, okay? So, of course, I was right. I have a 100% track record. I have a 1,000 batting average. I taught Shohei Ohtani how to play baseball. He's a great guy, right? Shohei Ohtani. I said, oh, my goodness, what a beautiful person. And I taught him how to play ball. He's a great guy. But you look at it, they have no water. They say they have no water because they want to save a fish. One fish, two fish. Red fish, blue fish. The red fish are doing a lot better than the blue fish these days. I just want to say that. But you look at Newscom and you look at Karen, right? They call her Karen Bass. I take the B out, but we don't want to say that. And she definitely is a Karen. I can say that too. She's horrible. She came back from Ghana, right? She came back from Africa, just like crooked Joe Biden. And he blessed the rains down in Africa. We love it. He was like a leprous rising above the Serengeti. You look at that, and he has no idea where the hell he is. But you look at Karen Bass. She's doing a horrible job, and she ought to be ashamed of herself. Newscom ought to be ashamed of himself. Yeah. And crooked Nancy Pelosi, by the way, who's walking around in a walker with the tennis balls, right? She ought to be ashamed of herself, too. California's burning down. Kamala Harris is at a funeral. She's doing horrible things. Crooked Joe is on the briefing saying fire away. These are bad people and stupid people. And we're not stupid people. We're going to make your country great again. We're going to put those fires out like nobody's ever seen before. We may even make Kamala Harris blow them out. You know what I'm talking about. Like a birthday candle. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, man. Mr. President, speaking of Kamala Harris, she was in attendance yesterday. Jimmy Carter's funeral. And the world is talking. Social media is buzzing. You and Barack Obama chopping it up in the second row, having a good time, laughs were had. What exactly were you guys talking about?
Well, nobody knows this, right? This is breaking news. So listen up. Here's what we were talking about. Barack, during the campaign, he made fun of my crowd sizes, and then he implied that it had something to do with something else regarding size.
That's right, yeah.
I said to Barack, I said, it's bigger than your wife's. You know that, right? It's a lot bigger, right? They call her Big Mike.
Whoa.
I don't call her that, but other people call her that. And that's what I said. And he laughed about it. He thought that was hysterical. And he laughed about it. There was nothing he could do. He could only laugh. You either laugh or you cry. I heard he laughed, and then he went home and he cried. That's why Michelle wasn't there. Michael motorcycle, right? She wasn't there, and Melania was there. Yeah. Everybody else was there. Michelle wasn't there. It is what it is. That's what I said. Nobody wants to talk about it. We're not letting it out, but we let it out now. The cat is out of the bag. It's a beautiful cat, by the way. And it's out of the bag. That's what we were talking. And Barack thought it was funny because it was funny. He's got a great sense of humor. He really does. And he's been playing a practical joke on the world with Michelle. But that's what I said. That's what we were talking about. Wow. And you saw the funeral. You saw Pete Hegseth's tattoo was all over the place.
Yeah.
And Elizabeth Warren, I call her Pocahontas, she was sending outraged smoke signals into the air to say how mad she was about it. She was doing that. What a horrible person. What a stupid person. And I also want to say this. Jimmy Carter never would have died if I was your president. I can tell you that.
Staying with the Jimmy Carter funeral for a moment, Kamala sitting up in the front row, she kind of looks back as you and Barack are having a conversation and then whips her head back around in disgust. And then also as Kamala and Dougie were making their entrance, I don't know if you were aware of this or maybe you've seen the clips back on social media or maybe on Fox News. I know you watch a lot of television and media. Bill Clinton had his eyes fixated on Dougie's wife. Your thoughts on that?
Well, of course he did. Bill Clinton is a creepy guy. And when you live with Hillary, you have to let your eyes wander. You look at that woman. She is a gross person. She looks a lot like Emperor Palpatine. You know who I'm talking about, right? Sheev Palpatine. Got along well with him, by the way. Got along well with Luke Skywalker. Got along well with Jabba the Hutt, or as I call him, Whoopi Goldberg, right? You see that, but we got along well with a lot of the people in the galaxy, including Palpatine. He shot lightning out of his fingers. I taught him how to do that. I said, let the hate flow through you, Palps. And it flowed, and horrible things happen. We also got along well with Chewbacca. We love Chewbacca. But you look at that, she looks like Palpatine. Crooked Hillary looks like Palpatine. And Bill Clinton looks like, he looks horrible, too. He looks like Jar Jar Binks. It's really terrible. But of course, his eyes are wandering. His eyes have been wandering for a long time, ever since Monica, right? His eyes are wandering all over the place. But I guess he's lost his taste if he's looking at Kamala Harris. She's got that gizzard. I don't know who the hell would want to go near that. God bless Dougie Doritos, right? He's got to live with that. I can't believe it.
It's unbelievable. Donald Trump with us here, as he is every Friday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So let's get to the legal front. We'll start with the sentencing today, the hush money bookkeeping debacle, Judge Juan Merchan, and also the ruling from SCOTUS yesterday. What are you expecting in this facade?
Well, you look at Judge Merchan. He's a stupid person. And we gave him a complimentary middle finger this morning, right? Because he wants to send me to jail. It's never going to happen. I've been sentenced to 4 years of community service by the American people, right? That'll have to do. But we flipped him off. We called it flip him off, right? The middle finger, big, beautiful middle finger. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. He's going to make a spectacle of it. And you're going to have Alvin Bragg. You have a lot of snow happening all over the place. It's getting cold. But Alvin Bragg is nice and warm. I can tell you that because you look at him. He is the walrus. Cuckoo, cachoo is what he said. He's a big guy. And the only case he's familiar with bringing, by the way, is a case of Twinkies. I expect to see that today, that fat slob. But you look at it, we're expecting nothing. But they're going to make a spectacle so they can call me a convicted felon, which means I can use the term outlaw, right? I'm the greatest outlaw the world has ever seen. Donnie and Clyde. They call it Donnie and Clyde. And they can say whatever they want. We're going to overturn it on appeal. The Supreme Court ought to be ashamed of itself. Amy Coney Barrett, stupid person, never should have picked her. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And we're going to beat this case like nobody's ever beaten the case before. That much I can tell you.
Sean Farish, Donald Trump, great stuff as always. And he's somehow doing the impersonation while under the weather, which is probably not great for the pipes.
Dayquil.
Yes. Chug that Dayquil. Keep pounding that Pedialyte. Let's get into a couple of things, and I want to get your thoughts, your own perspective on the wildfires, Greenland, things like that. But I actually want to start with all this, potential bad weather in Tennessee. I know you were posting some videos. I lived there for 4.5 years. I still don't get it. How the hell these people? I mean, you get, there might be 3 inches, and they raid the grocery store like they won't be able to get out of their house until Easter.
Listen, I love this state, okay? I'm never leaving. But, when I was in New York, I used to love the snow. We would get like 3 feet. I would get drunk in it. It would be a lot of fun. Like, it was a great time because we were able to go out and do things because the state was prepared. I get it that Tennessee isn't prepared for this type of weather. We're in the South and we get maybe 9 inches a year, which is, by the way, not enough for Pete Buttigieg, but I wanted to say that.
Mayor Pete! Oh, man.
He made Trump wait, so he's still spicy this morning. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But I knew when the winter weather watches came up, and we went in to stock up. My wife's been sick. Obviously, I caught it. But I went to the supermarket. I said, this is Snowvid 25. Like, there was no paper towels. There was no meat. There was no onions. I mean, I was like, what are we doing? And then my thing is this, by the way, why bread? Like, why are we stocking up on bread?
Mm-hmm.
That's the most boring thing. I get it. You can make sandwiches, you can make toast, you can make this, you can make that. I mean, get something good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steaks.
I mean, steaks, but there was no meat, right? I mean, there was really nothing. I mean, like nothing.
Oh my!
And I couldn't believe it. Every time there's a snowstorm, like the word snow, it's game over. It's a raid. It is, and I don't think it's people hoarding. Honestly, everybody who was in the store had like a normal cart. I think it's just so many people buying because they know that if they don't now, the store will close and they won't be able to get to it. So it's just more people buying a normal amount of stuff. But that's how fragile our supply chain is, right? Where if a lot of people buy a normal amount of things, nothing is left, which is really scary.
Yeah. I'm just grateful that Joe Biden was able to educate us on how supply chains work throughout the pandemic, because all of us in America, we had no idea how those things worked. Good
well, I made a video in a supermarket. We did bare shelves Biden. And it was so funny because I was after work one day. I went in the supermarket and I went to the toilet paper aisle. I knew there was going to be nothing there. There were these people down the row. And I went up to them and I said, this is going to be weird. I don't know you. You don't know me. I just need you to be quiet for like the next 90 seconds. And they were like, what? Like, who? What? I said, it's okay. And I did. I said, the shelves are empty. It's worse. It's emptier than Crooked Joe's brain. It's terrible. And we put it up. It went all over the world. Bare shelves Biden trended #1 in the USA on Twitter. 1.0. So there was censorship the morning after. And then the Australian Sky News, they were like, get a load of this guy in his bare shelves Biden. If Trump doesn't run for president, this guy should. It was like, I was like, yes, we have reached the Aussies. Let's go. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. I was so excited. So, but yeah, Biden taught us a lot about supply chains.
Amazing. All right, we're going to keep Sean around into the 9 o'clock hour, get his thoughts on the California wildfires, also these court cases, some of the Title IX stuff with Biden, Greenland, all of that still ahead. 9 o'clock hour on a Friday with Farish as he rehydrates during the break. Stay there. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money,
Listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get zero interest and zero payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Are you nearly maxed out on your credit cards? It doesn't matter if you're using your credit cards for fun or to survive. At the end of the month, your statements come in, and you can either pay them or you can't. If you can't, late fees and interest rates get tacked on. And now you're struggling just to make the minimum payment due. Do you feel trapped? Am I talking to you? Good, because I personally researched some companies that can help you. They may be able to reduce your credit card balances by 50% and stop the late fees. If you qualify, please call our special debt hotline number right now for a complimentary free 5-minute consultation. Deal with your credit card problem now before it gets much worse and put more money back in your pocket. Trust me, I've been there too. Call right now.
800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. 800-948-1659. That's 800-948-1659.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Make your home renovation dreams come true with Emmons Remodeling.
We handle everything from concept to completion, delivering beautiful, functional spaces for you and your family to enjoy.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts ensure your project is completed on time and on budget.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, California, where the days are short, the nights are long, and the Democrats consistently get it wrong. As we welcome you back in, it's Kayal and Company, Nick Dawn and Greg. Sean Farish with us battling through the flu. This is like the Jordan flu game of 98 for Farish. I'll just be like Scottie Pippen and carry MJ over and make sure he gets to the bench and rehydrates with a cup of Gatorade. All right, Farish, let's get into it. California, Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom, your thoughts on this awful tragedy?
It is a prime example of, vote for Democrats and get what Democrats are all about. I find it very interesting that the people who most heavily subscribe to the climate change cult, okay, are never prepared for the things that they blame on climate change, right? So they say that, climate change is going to cause more intense, hurricanes, and then or more intense snowstorms, or more intense weather, or more intense wildfires. And then the more intense things that they're telling us are coming happen, and they're not prepared for it. It's to me, that's like a meteorologist forecasting rain and then getting upset that he got wet because he didn't bring an umbrella and didn't want to, right? So it's like you are out there basically grifting off of this idea that climate change is this existential threat facing humanity. And then something that you wind up blaming on climate change happens, but you weren't prepared for it, but you told us that it was coming. Mm-hmm. So how does any of it make sense? The answer is it doesn't. Right. The second thing is California literally borders the largest ocean in the world. How are you out of water? I don't get it. Okay. I understand you can't, you're not supposed to run salt water through pumps. No problem. Desalinate it. Like, you could do that. How about instead of reparations, we talk about storing water. We fill up the reservoir. We desalinate. Maybe we can get some pumps that can run salt water. That's a thing too.
Like Israel.
Yeah.
Like Israel. Like, there's so many other places that do this. Australia does it, right? They're on literally an island by itself. Great people, by the way. We love those dingoes and the kangaroos and the koala. We love the koala. But I held one of them once, and they really hurt. They have the big claws. But the fact that California is telling you they're out of water when they're one of the states who attracts tourists because of their beaches is just, it's beyond me. I never thought I'd see the day. And then you heard Trump talking about it on Rogan, where there's all this fresh water that comes down from Canada that they redirect into the ocean to save a little fish. Look, I don't want to see species go extinct in this country or in the world, but humans have to come first. Yeah. I'm sorry. And Americans have to come first. And the fact that, we're trying to save this fish that nobody's ever heard of. And I'm sure there's probably another way to save it without depriving your state of water. Mm-hmm. It's just Democrat leadership. And guess what? The celebrities now are like, what is going on? Why are we paying taxes? Good. Mm-hmm. Good. It finally, You know why? Not in my backyard. It ain't no fun when the rabbits got the gun. They didn't care about Western North Carolina, but now that their houses have burned down, and let me just explain something. I'm not a leftist. I'm not somebody who hopes that Paris Hilton's house burns down. I know she probably hopes that people like me, our homes burn down. I don't hope that this happens to my political opponents because I'm not a jerk, right? I'm not an a-hole. However, when it does happen, and now you have been personally affected, it's time to look in the mirror and realize the people you support, the party you donate to, the candidates you hang around, these are the people who they didn't cause the fire, but they caused it to be worse than it had to be. And that's the point that I think a lot of people have to understand. I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom caused the fire, but it could have been a lot better. It could have been a lot better managed if he had kept up with forest management, if California had prioritized having water over reparations, things like that. You have the Los Angeles Fire Department. A lot of my friends growing up were firefighters. You have the Los Angeles fire deputy chief saying, well, if a man is stuck in a fire, he shouldn't have been in that place to begin with, and I'm not going to be able to carry him out. Could you just compare that to 9/11 and the firefighters who ran up the World Trade Center? I mean, this is how far we've fallen.
Actually, you know what? We played that earlier in the show this morning. If we could pull that up again, I would love to play that, Phil, if you're back there, and if you can pull that up and play that. That was, I believe, the head of I don't know if it was a DEI department or whatever, but she makes $399,000 a year. and then has the audacity to say, well, if you don't think I can carry you, or if you're worried about the identity of who's this, that, or the other thing, well, then maybe you shouldn't have been on the 9th floor in the first place. It's just unbelievable.
We have it if
we
you
do.
wanna play it, yeah.
Okay, let's play this. This is the clip
You
you're
want to
referencing.
see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
Oh my goodness, God! I mean, it's just the audacity to say that. And then, Sean, I don't know about you, but if I'm in a fire and I am on the verge of possibly dying, and I see the firefighter coming down the hallway, the helmet, the mask, the jacket, the whole bit, the last thing on my mind is whether or not that firefighter is white or black, looks like me, doesn't look like me, is of the same sexual orientation as I am. I'm like, please just get me to safety. That's the way normal people think, right?
That's it. And that's it. And that's the way I think when I board an airplane, right? I don't care what my pilot looks like. I don't care if it's a white pilot, a black pilot, a green pilot, a yellow pilot, a pilot from planet Neptune. I care if that pilot can fly the plane, land the plane, and do so safely. That's all. That's all I'm looking for. And that's all anybody should be looking for. Can you dutifully execute the roles of your job?
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yep.
The minute you distance yourself from that, well, my vision is to be a more diverse firefighting force. Your vision should be to be the best firefighting force, period. That's it. That's where it stops, okay? If you can find very effective, elite, gay or lesbian or trans or frog self or furry firefighters, then by all means bring them on. But if you're bringing these people on, okay, because they're checking boxes, as the media said, well, she's also a lesbian. I don't care about who she sleeps with. Can she keep people safe?
Mm-hmm.
And right now, the answer looks like she can't.
That's right. Sean Ferris joining us as he does every Friday from Nashville. Let's go down to Tennessee because it was the Tennessee Attorney General that led the charge on Title IX. This was played out in a Kentucky court where the federal judge, and I'm paraphrasing here, basically undoing all of the Biden Title IX nonsense. People like Riley Gaines taking a big justified victory lap. And we talked about this story a few weeks ago, and there'll be more ahead with Tommy Tuberville as well with a bill that he is putting on the floor to be voted on in the coming weeks. Your thoughts on this common sense victory for biological females?
I'll tell you what, keep your eye on this guy, Jonathan Skrmetti. He's our Attorney General, and he is absolutely amazing. You have guys like I think Andrew Bailey in Missouri, and there's the one who from Louisiana. I'm blanking on his name, but they sued the Biden administration over censorship. Skrmetti is not talked about, and it's okay. He will be talked about soon when we win that case in front of the Supreme Court regarding puberty blockers, first in the nation, our state. This guy is so talented. He is so sharp. I hope that after, when Bill Lee is termed out 2026, Jonathan Skrmetti, maybe he's appointed to be some sort of, attorney in one of the districts or whatever for Trump in the Department of Justice, or maybe he continues to be the Attorney General here in this state. This is a no-nonsense guy, okay? This guy he is phenomenal, just absolutely phenomenal. He's doing such a great job. And for someone like myself who came from New York, where our Attorney General was Letitia James, right? Sasquatch, okay? to Tennessee, and we have Jonathan Skrmetti, who is not just leading our state, but winning landmark victories for the betterment of our country. I love this guy. I think this guy has such a bright future, maybe in a Vance administration several years down the road, Attorney General of the United States. I don't know, but if that ever did happen, this country would be, you want to talk about law and order, common sense, there's your guy, Jonathan Skrmetti.
You mentioned New York and Letitia James. Let's go to Manhattan, specifically Alvin Bragg. Today's January 10th. SCOTUS yesterday. Your thoughts on this facade? I mean, we all know, this thing is dead. They've even admitted it's dead. It's all about labeling and branding at this point. Nothing more. Your thoughts on the Alvin Bragg case?
That's fine. You know what? It's fine. You want to do this convicted felon thing 10 days before? It's terrible. It's a terrible precedent that you're setting. It's going to get wiped out on appeal. All you're doing now is making Donald Trump want to investigate you more, Judge Merchan, right? Who we offer a complimentary middle finger to. And all you could look at with this case is, again, it's all about the branding. It was all about, now you can officially call him a convicted felon. Fine. You know what? You want to call him names? You people who say, oh, the name calling is immature, and you want to technicality call him a felon. No problem. That's President Felon to you. That's all. He's still going to be president. It doesn't matter. Well, there's a convicted felon in the White House. Great. No problem. Okay. And there's an unconvicted felon, Joe Biden, in the White House, who pardoned his son to absolve himself from all of his crimes. Got it? Mm-hmm. It's a disgrace what's happening in New York City. It's going to get wiped out on appeal. That's fine. It's a facade. I want investigations into Merchan. We need investigations into that daughter of his who's working for Kamala Harris and Adam Schiff and all of these other people, these Democrats that were directly benefiting from the lawfare. And they want to run around with the branding. No problem. Because after Donald Trump was convicted, his polls went up. Okay. You think the country who just overwhelmingly voted for this guy is all of a sudden going to turn on him because you now officially get to call him a convicted felon?
No.
How many times are we going to watch the left overplay their hands? These are, it's like, oh, we got him now. The walls are closed. Where are the walls? The walls are still closing in. They've been closing in for 10 years. There are no walls at this point. Okay. The only wall, we're going to build a beautiful wall on the southern border. This is like these people, they can't get out of their own way. You know what we say? Sun Tzu. We love him, by the way, China. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. By all means, sentence him to something ridiculous today. I don't want the precedent to be set, but it'll get wiped out. Do it. You're going to make him even more popular, by all means. And then going into 28, and we could turn around and look at that. Remember, 10 days before my inauguration, they sentenced me to some ridiculous thing. By all means, do it. You thought it was going to work with the case. You thought it was going to work with your conviction. All the other lawfare, all it did was help him. So you know what? Sentence him to something ridiculous. Make a spectacle out of it because it only helps us.
Exactly right. Sean Farish, live from Nashville. Great stuff as always. Rest up, buddy. Have a good weekend. I hope you feel better.
Feel better.
All right. Thank you, guys. And we will see you next week.
All right, brother. There he is. Sean Farish joining us from Tennessee. And right now, let's get to what's going on in the world of news and other stories out there. It's time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:15.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by the Special Olympics of Pennsylvania. No, excuse me. We talked about the Special Olympics upcoming in February earlier. We are sponsored in the Big 3 by Meineke this morning. So as Sean Farish had mentioned, the court case this morning. So I know that the cameras are outside the courtroom because President-elect Donald J. Trump is due to be sentenced this morning in that New York courtroom on, the final sentencing phase of the case, the so-called bookkeeping case. And so the judge in the case, Justice Juan Merchan, indicated he will not send Trump to prison. There will be no probation. There will be no fine. This is an opportunity for the judge after the Supreme Court did not take this up. And so there was an attempt for an appeal. But in essence, you may recall, Trump was last May convicted on this case, 34 counts relating to the bookkeeping error or hush money paid, however the media wants to word it. And it involves Stormy Daniels, and this involves monies that had been paid, but relating to an incident that happened nearly 2 decades ago. The bottom line on this, Trump not expected to be at the sentencing in person, likely will attend via video. That's the expectation here. Demonstrators right now are, as I speak, they're outside the courtroom. And I'm looking at the video, probably more Trump supporters with some huge Trump, the big Trump flag, some MAGA hats, but some, I think mostly Trump supporters, but demonstrators outside the court there.
Very interesting. I was figuring it would be probably 60-40 Trump supporters was my guess earlier. Although, there's going to be the people out there with, convicted felon, insurrectionist, citing the 14th Amendment. You're going to see those people out there as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and it's hard to tell with the camera shots, but I see Trump supporters, MAGA hats, Trump flags, and then I see some individuals with, where they're wearing masks and have holding up signs that say liar, that sort of thing.
Well, you don't want to spread COVID while you're out there looking like a fool.
Right. But again, Trump, not expected. Oh, his team, actually, I don't have confirmation.
I thought I saw something that he would be virtual.
That's what I said earlier, but I
Yeah.
don't have official confirmation because he held that newser in Mar-a-Lago yesterday. So he was in Mar-a-Lago as of late last night,
Yeah.
but I just want to say officially, I don't have the confirmation. I will say that all the experts, all the different legal experts have actually said there's a good silver lining to this because now that Juan Merchan does the sentencing, now Trump's attorneys can appeal it. And many of these different experts say because this case was such a disaster, as far as remember how they let, for example, different witnesses like Stormy Daniels go on and on and on. Even Merchan during the proceeding had at some points comment like, oh boy, I can't believe she went on like that or something.
Remember she talked about his toiletry bag and what shampoo he uses.
Yeah, it got bizarre.
Like relevance, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Relevance.
And then the instructions to the jury, that's another one that I've seen all the different experts talk about that remember they had said like, well, you can basically mix and match. It was very unusual.
Mix and
as
match.
far as they had those instructions.
What is this, a TJ Maxx? A clearance rack?
So TJ Maxx, man, they have.
Where do they pull that reference?
Look at their. I know their stock right now. So we have that going on. We'll watch for that, but that is expected to take place. I mean, as I speak. So within the next 90 minutes or so, we expect the bottom line on that. But to Sean Farish's point, nobody is expecting anything like a jail sentence or anything that has any bite to it or any teeth. So we'll give you that one as far as that goes. Other news this morning, obviously we've been following since 6 o'clock this morning, the story of, 10 people killed. That's the number this morning, 10 people killed in the fires that continue to rage in California, in Los Angeles County and beyond. And then at least 10,000 structures burned. And that's, by some estimates, it's a mild estimate.
You see all these structures and these concrete bases that are left over here. I'm watching right now. They're in Pacific Palisades, and it's just rubble.
Yeah.
And if I took off all the labels, like where the location is in the top left of the corner of the screen and everything else, and you didn't see the crawl at the bottom with the headline, LA wildfires wipe out entire neighborhoods. If you were just looking at those, what's left of those buildings, you wouldn't know that that's Pacific Palisades or somewhere in the Middle East that just got hit with bombs from Israel. Yeah. You really wouldn't. I mean, it looks like the remnants of an airstrike in combat. I've never seen visuals like this. And it's not, we've seen tornadoes and, hurricanes, and we've seen leftovers and what happens after these disasters. But the sheer volume, I mean, an entire chunk of LA just gone. It's off the map.
That's just it.
It doesn't exist.
I mean, because, and that's what we learned, we talked about earlier on Greg's cut sheet, was that they didn't have water.
I mean, how do you rebuild that community? And how long does that take? 10 years? In California, it takes them 3 weeks to count votes for an election.
It's horrible. It really is. It's literally, it's not a cliche or anything to say, or an understatement to say that it's in ashes. And now California really has a homeless problem. Where will these people go?
Yeah.
And these are wealthy individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, when I say that, I'm not being facetious. I'm saying, will they do what businesses have done, like Elon Musk, like even Zuckerberg, that we talked about going to Texas?
Mm-hmm.
Will these individuals, I mean, maybe they'll go to a place like Nashville, like Nicole Kidman.
Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah. And I know this is a really wealthy area, but I'm assuming there are still some houses in there that are occupied by people that aren't the celebrities, that won't have the means to relocate. we talked about $400,000. Yeah, but $400,000 in that area doesn't go too far, right? So there are some people that are probably not going to have the ability to. I'm just going to pack up and get a $2.3 million home in Florida. Some people won't be able to do that.
Yeah, I will say I started wondering last night how this changes and maybe breaks up as far as Hollywood being a company town. As far as, you think about Hollywood and then the media, Hollywood being complicit, let's say that. So now what happens with many of these stars and executives? Will they relocate to another place? And then does that become a hub? Will some of them go to New York? Will some of them go to Nashville? Will some of them go to Texas?
And some of them probably won't speak up either because we know
Just
in
quietly,
Hollywood, you can be pretty much canceled and be out of work if you say the wrong thing politically.
But now they have the excuse, Nick.
That's true.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So does it change the landscape of Hollywood leadership and management?
Mm-hmm.
That's, so just, and think about the tax base that they lose.
Yeah.
So another story, I'll bring you closer to home, just switching gears totally. And this is a story as we dream of the Jersey Shore. We're only at 26 degrees, but heading up to 37. But the Jersey Shore.
You want to do a polar plunge? Are you dreaming about going in the ocean right now?
Oh, my gosh. I can't even imagine.
That'll get you up and running.
So there's a proposal from, this is by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And they have suggested that maybe because we have the issue of, erosion and sand. So you think of Wildwood and Wildwood Crest, and they have those wide beaches and all that sand. So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, they have suggested this more than an idea. It is an actual proposal because they want to sort of borrow the sand from, let's say, Wildwood Crest or Wildwood, and then basically give it to North Wildwood. So now you have a battle of the beaches, if you will.
So we're sand swapping.
Yep.
This is sand transportation.
So now Wildwood and Wildwood Crest, are saying, well, wait a minute. No, we've got our sand and this is ours, and you go get your own. It's like a kind of like they're saying it's like a Robin Hood, you know?
Yep.
But so now we have this new battle going on.
I hate sand, by the way. It's just awful.
But you love the beach.
Oh, I
right?
love the beach. Yes, I just hate the sand all over your feet and your legs and your bathing suit.
So you don't like the beach? If you don't like sand, you can't like the beach.
No, I like sitting. I like laying out at the beach, getting sun. Having a cooler of beers, going in the ocean, doing a little boogie boarding.
Again, yes, okay, but you could do that at a pool. It's not the beach.
You can't boogie board in a pool.
But you know what I mean.
Oh, you can do all. Yeah,
you can do it at a lake, where there's grass.
Sure. Yeah,
so you actually don't like the beach. You like sitting around drinking in front of a body of water.
I like drinking on a couch. I like drinking at a bar. It doesn't have to be in front of a body of water. Remember those in the little showers that are on the edge of the boardwalk and you rinse off.
If you're lucky.
God, I hate that.
Yeah.
But this is another story about, so this is the Department of Environmental Protection getting involved here, Army Corps of Engineers, and the mayors of Wildwood and Wildwood Crest, what they're saying here, and there was just a meeting, I think last night or this week, and they're saying, hey, and they've had a series of meetings, but in other words, the Wildwood Crest and Wildwood mayors are saying, we've done our planning. We've done a good job of this. Our beaches are fantastic right now because we've gone through all of this, and they do not want to give up the sand because they're saying now you're going to take our sand, and what is the impact of that? Get your own sand.
Yeah, what's mine is mine, and what's yours is yours.
So it's the Department of the environmental folks, and it's a local story about that involves planning and all of that. So I just thought. Just trying to bring you something different.
As my mom
local.
would say, go pound sand.
Well, we are sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, are you hearing a squeal or maybe a grinding noise? Do not wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians are going to diagnose the problem. Just find a location near you. Meineke.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:26. We'll come back. We'll get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, as well as the Kayal Company flag handoff.
That's right.
Mark Fusetti is here.
Yep.
Is Newman here?
I believe they're both here, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
They'll come in during the commercial break, and we'll
There
do
we
the
go.
live handoff of the Kayal Company flag.
Yes, on the other side on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
For January only, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com is also offering discounts up to 20% off MSRP on select models. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
2024 Charger Daytona RT, VIN number RR206699, MSRP $70,970, 0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand, financed through SFS. Unapproved credit, not all customers may qualify. Offer ends 1/31/2025.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Local news can come at you fast.
Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.932, Kayal and Company. It is a Friday morning as we roll on. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, and joining us now in studio before we get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, if you're watching on YouTube. On the left of your YouTube screen, going from left to right across your YouTube dial, is Newman Price. And, of course, on the right-hand side, wearing his military version Eagles hoodie.
That's a nice.
Which is beautiful.
That's a sharp.
Nice.
Yes. That is not Big Dom. That is not Nick Sirianni. That's Mark Fusetti. Sergeant Mark Fu. Boys,
up, brother?
how we doing?
Good.
Everybody good?
Absolutely.
Come a little bit closer to the microphone. Pretend you're doing like a little spoof recording for us. A little bit closer. There we go.
There we go.
There we go. All right, so we are going to do the Kayal and Company flag handoff.
Yeah.
Which is over in the corner. Do we want to bring in the youngster to get the flag and bring it over? All right, here we go. So we've got Nate or Nathaniel or Nathan.
You can call him Nate.
Yeah, we'll call him Nate. Nate's got the flag. He's handing it to Newman Price. Newman Price in possession. Let me see that flag, by the way. Has that been sanitized? I don't want anybody getting the flu. Nobody gets COVID.
It's been outside. So
been outside.
Yep.
You can
Wow,
see
look
it.
at that.
Yep.
Nice.
Still looking beautiful.
It does. Look,
So there it is.
Held up through. This is now the second listener that has had it.
That is correct.
Mark Fu will be 3.
That's right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now, Mark Fu, are you I should know this because you and I have gone out and had some dinner and drinks before. You're not a truck guy, though, are you? You're a car guy, right?
Well, I was a car guy, and then I got a Nissan Rogue, and I don't know if you've been following me on Twitter, and I've had some major problems with this.
Yeah, dude.
Piece of junk.
Yeah, we should have went to Piazza.
I'm not gonna name the dealer because the owner's a very nice guy and he's working with me. So
Okay, all right.
As of right now, I went from a Maxima to a Rogue.
I had a Rogue. It was the worst car I ever had.
Is that
honestly.
right?
Yes.
Yep.
Really?
I hated it.
Interesting.
I'll
I'm going to go.
confirm that.
Yeah?
Yep.
I'm going Rogue at 10 o'clock myself, personally. But that's just because the weekend's upon us. All right, so you're going to fly that around. And now, if I'm correct here with my timing and calendar, Stalker, Fusetti will have it until January 20th, correct?
Yeah. Mark, are you able to come to the NAC, the Newtown Athletic? Yes?
Yep.
Good.
I'll come there and bring it there.
Cool. So he'll come on Monday when we're all live at the NAC. We start at what time, Nick?
I believe that would be.
We start at 6
So
a.m.
we start at 6 a.m. with a live broadcast. We'll be there all day for the inauguration. And I think Ray in Warminster, I think he's
That's
the next
right.
one
Yes.
to get it. So hopefully he'll show up at the NAC, and then we'll do the handoff there live and in person.
And I'm sure before then, Ray in Warminster will call in, and I'll hang up on him after 38 seconds.
Oh, it's the worst.
After he waited
You're the
38
worst.
minutes to talk.
Yeah, you're the worst.
I'm a bad guy. Itchy trigger finger.
So you putting that on your truck, or are you putting that on your house? What are you doing with it? Mark?
So today it's going with me, going up to me and a couple buddies are going to a cabin, shooting some guns this weekend.
Nice.
Okay.
So it'll be up there this weekend.
Wait, you need to document this on social media. I need you waving
I'm going to. I don't know
Okay.
about the gun part. I don't know how, some
Yeah,
crazy people.
Oh, yeah, and
I don't like people knowing what kind of firearms I have.
Right.
But it will be on the turnpike on the way up there today.
Okay. Beautiful.
And then I will have it displayed on the car. And when it's not on the car, it'll be on the flagpole right next to my son's Marine flag. So it
there you go.
Is he home?
We represent it. Not yet. He's actually coming home the 22nd. He's got to go down to Quantico for something. I'm not allowed to know.
Okay.
But he'll be home for about 2 weeks, and then he's home June 6th for good.
Awesome.
Oh, thank
awesome.
God.
Nice work.
By the way, Dawn, Newman Price brought in little drawings he did for you for the Dawn show because he's
Thank you.
he's very upset that we don't have yet.
Look at that.
Look, you can see him.
Wow.
It's a little delay, so I can't
Wow.
tell.
That is really good.
And then this is a Warrior and Price syndicate idea.
love it.
Road Warrior sort of came up with
Donatella.
Donatella.
Nice.
Team Donatella for the trip to Italy.
Woohoo.
Nice.
Look at that.
Wow.
Got the
I'm so
microphone in her
honored.
hand.
So those are yours after
Yeah.
we're done with this flag business.
Now that clock
That's
on the
amazing.
first one is set to 10 a.m. Correct?
That's absolutely.
That's good
details,
work.
buddy. Details.
Stalker, can you shout at the top of your lungs that dawn starts at 10 a.m.? Can we get that on the board here?
Not right now.
Okay.
Not right now.
All right. Yeah, we do want it to be organic.
Thank
You're right.
you. Yeah, I can't just.
Plus, he's recovering from
I'm recovering.
COVID or
next
whatever
year.
the heck.
Or whatever the heck.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so you guys can stick around, and you know what? We're gonna do what's on the cut sheet part 2, and feel free to just react and riff on whatever we play, like we do.
Wow, look at this.
How about this?
Oh,
This
let's
is
do it.
this could be a new thing. We've got TMF coming up.
Yes.
Maybe you can bid
Oh,
to
I
be
like
a
it.
commentator on an upcoming cut sheet segment.
I like it. I like it.
How about that?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Because we
By
all
the
have
way,
thoughts.
Yes, Dawn.
Juan Merchan is at the bench.
Uh-oh.
So Trump and his defense team are virtual, but it's about to commence.
Let me know if he actually ends up
yeah.
under the bench. That's what I would really like to have develop in the next 22 minutes.
It's ridiculous.
It is. All right, let's get to it. What's on the cut sheet, part 2?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. I've been sitting on this for a couple of days now, but
How's that feel?
You know, I hate the whole squatter situation.
I do too.
Speaking of sitting.
And how people can just, oh, I live here now. This is my home. It's like you have no right to it. Well, no, I do. And these back assward states are like, well, nothing we can do about it. In Florida, yeah, they don't F around.
That's right.
This is what happens when this group of individuals are squatting inside a house. The police come, armed, knocking at your door.
Good.
Roll it, Phil. Look at this.
Police!
Ready to go?
Come on out. Come with your hands up. Come out.
There's
Now.
Mark Fu.
Everybody out. Step out now!
That's right.
Let's go! Step out!
All you.
Who else is inside?
Keep walking.
Orlando Police, come to the front now!
All right, let's see your hands.
Look at that. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Machine guns, scopes.
Come on.
Step out. Hands in the air. Walk this way.
Look at the size of that guy.
Let's go, fatty.
Stop. That's not.
Step out. Step out. Come on.
Look at the size of his back.
Everything will be explained later. Stop. Stop.
Yeah. No squatting happening in Florida.
Who's got an extra set of cuffs?
F around to find out.
Be doing plenty of squats in the joint.
There you go.
Leg day. Never miss it.
Love that.
Yeah. How about that? So, you know what's amazing to me about all of the squatting nonsense and how Florida just doesn't F around with it. And if you do try it, you're going to find out what happens. How is this not something that is adopted by all 50 states? And rhetorical question. We understand the answer. But, like, seriously, there's we are at a point where in some states in this country, you can walk into property that is not yours, claim it, and nobody can do a damn thing about it.
Yep.
I may or may not know a person who knows a group of people that actually deal with this in the Kensington area.
Okay.
And what they do is they get this alleged group that goes, they take the doors off, they take the steps off, they take the windows out, and they leave it that way until the people are just like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm going to another house.
Yeah.
That's how they deal with it in the city. Because otherwise it'll take up to 6 months to get them
It
out
really is
legally.
ridiculous. It is
ridiculous.
My in-laws went through this because they rented a bunch of properties and they said trying to remove people is next to impossible. They had to actually physically get a moving company out of their own pocket to get them out of there. The whole thing is a giant scam.
Yeah,
it is.
And I hate that people have to go through it.
If it goes through the legal channels, I get that paperwork, and by the time I'm looking at the paperwork to serve these people, it's been 18 months.
Look, we've got a squatter squad right here.
Yep.
Fusetti will show up with guns, and he'll drag your ass out, and then we'll send in Newman to serve the subpoenas.
No, I'm calling Sam Warpisa from now on. I'll just say, hey, Sam, you go take care of it.
Yeah, and Sam will put you in the
they'll
octagon.
arrest him then.
Yeah.
See?
There's a young lady. I've been trying to get her on the air. She was at the Families Behind the Badge event.
Yeah.
And single, like gorgeous, career woman, 35, bought a property in Philadelphia, a squatter. She's been the lawyer fees. She's just too nice, and she won't speak out about it. And I keep saying, just come on my show,
Yeah.
and it'll be over. But it's a level. I know, seriously, but it's a level of intimidation.
Yep.
How much will Doge cut from the government spending? What is your Nick Kayal? I'm going to start with you. What is your estimation on what you think that Doge will cut or attempt to cut?
Well, I believe they claimed that they can trim $2 trillion was the number.
Yeah.
I'll go $1 trillion. I'll say they'll get about halfway there.
Dawn?
Oh, jeez. I'm gonna go. I'll say $5 trillion.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
You're going over.
Yeah.
If they can trim $5 trillion, we're going to be in great shape in this country.
Well, they'll never do it. But
No.
Cut 26. Roll it.
We'll try for $2 trillion. I think that's like the best case outcome.
Best case.
But I do think that you kind of have to have some overage. I think if we try for $2 trillion, we've got a good shot at getting one.
There you go. So
Didn't even know that clip was coming.
I don't know.
Nick Kayal doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay.
I don't know. It's a lot of. That's very
is.
ambitious,
It is.
guys. It's
I mean-
very ambitious.
How many zeros was $1 trillion anyway? I can't even compute that.
Yeah.
I say $700 billion they'll get.
$700 billion. Okay.
I would agree with Sergeant Mark Fu, but I think it's actually going to be less than that.
Probably.
I just feel like this is a tough task.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and here's the thing too. It's like not necessarily an official position. It's like a vanity thing. And if Elon fails, I don't think Elon really cares. But it's actually going to impact Vivek. Because if Vivek doesn't deliver to some extent, whether it's 50% of the goal or whatever, I mean, that could have an impact on his future political career if he really wants to be perhaps J.D. Vance's vice president or anything beyond this.
Yep. We should. Why don't we break? We'll come back. Maybe they'll give the sentencing when we come back.
There you go.
Definitely during the Dawn show. I would assume so.
That's right. All right. We will continue. Mark Fusetti, Newman Price will hang around for one more segment. Phil Lomquist will come in here, so we'll have like 6 people in here. We're gonna have to socially distance at some point. I'm getting a little verklempt. We're back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt content for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You know, as they say, one person's personal information is another person's treasure.
Exactly. That's why I use NordVPN every time I surf the web. Features like Threat Protection Pro's safeguard devices from phishing websites and disable intrusive ads and trackers. Just check NordVPN.com, grab the deal, and see for yourself. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The New Year's mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
.948's Kayal and Company rolling on here on this Friday morning. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in about 12 minutes. We'll go around the room, make our Eagles-McCausland Lock playoff predictions, and also get to Today in Music History. Phil Almquist in the studio with Newman Price, with Mark Fusetti. The flag has been handed off. Woo-hoo! And we will have a little plot twist to Today in Music History coming up in just a moment. But before all of that, no, we did not forget. Yes, it's 29 minutes later, but it's by design. It's time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Well, let me see your cash.
Big Enos's word is gold. All right, show him the cash. Go ahead, Little.
Well, I see there's 400 cases of beer. I'll need the cash for that.
No problem. Go ahead, boy.
New car. I gotta have a new car to block for the truck, you know?
Okay, go ahead, boy.
Speedy car. Speedier than that.
Go ahead.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, our final pair of tickets for this week to the Philadelphia Auto Show coming up in the PA Convention Center. It starts tomorrow, Saturday, January 11th. It runs through the 20th. If you are caller 12 with the correct answer, 855-839-1210, you are on your way to the Philadelphia Auto Show, where Mark Fu says, don't get the Rogue if you go there, by the way.
Definitely not.
That's right. All right, without further ado, let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history?
On time.
Today, January 10th, we celebrate the birthdays of Brad Roberts from the Crash Test Dummies, who's 61, Michael Schenker, who's 70, Pat Benatar, who's 72, Donald Fagen by Steely Dan, who's 77, and Rod Stewart, who's now 80. And speaking of Rod, he and Billy Joel just announced a show at Yankee Stadium on July 18th. I know the people here do not care, but I do. Tickets go on sale next week. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Matt Roberts from 3 Doors Down, as well as Jim Croce. We also lost Jeff Beck on this day in 2023, Eddie Clark from Fastway and Motorhead in 2018, and David Bowie in 2016. Single Coup Tattoo by Van Halen in 2012, and One by Metallica in 89. Albums that could Leave Home by the Ramones in 77. The Buggles debut in 80, and Just a Game by Triumph in 79. Also in 84, Cyndi Lauper became the first female recording artist since Bobby Gentry in 67 to be nominated for 5 Grammy Awards. In 64, the Stones recorded Not Fade Away. In 2003, British and Dutch police recover 500 Beatles master tapes missing from when they were stolen from Abbey Road Studios in the 70s. In 97, James Brown gets a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 49, RCA introduces the 45, and not necessarily music-related, even though Steve Van Zandt was in it. On this day in 99, The Sopranos debuted on HBO. But lastly, it was announced today, single-day tickets for the 2 Metallica shows here at the Link in May go on sale next week. 2-day tickets have already been on sale for a while now. I forget when I announced that. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
There it is. Today in music history with Phil Omquist. Video may have killed the radio star, but YouTube's bringing it back.
It's no question about
That's why we're on YouTube.
That is true.
All right, Dave in Flowertown is our morning mystery movie clip winner. Good morning, Dave. What clip did we just play for you, sir?
Good morning. That was Smokey and the Bandit.
Yeah, buddy. Congratulations. Woo. You're on your way to the Philadelphia Auto Show. How's that sound?
How's that sound?
Oh, fantastic.
All right, you enjoy and have a great time. All right, Dave? There it is. Dave in Flowertown, our winner. All right, Stalker, you ready to make some NFL playoff picks?
I don't know where our co-host is, but
she's in the potty.
But maybe we can all do it.
That's all right. Well, she got the Penn State game wrong yesterday anyway, so she's disqualified from football prognostications. It's very sexist of me.
It is.
But it's Friday. All right, let's go around the room. Eagles, McCausland playoff locks. Divisional game Sunday, 4:25, Lincoln Financial Field. According to the latest number I have, I've got the Eagles at -5. I will take the Eagles. I will lay the 5 points. I think the Eagles win by double digits. I'll take the Birds 27 and the Packers 17. Eagles by 10.
I also believe the Eagles will win. I will take the Eagles at 31, the Packers 24. Don Stensland.
I'm doing 27-20. Obviously, I'm saying Eagles win.
Okay. Phil Omquist.
Eagles 34, Packers 28. So they do cover high-scoring game.
Okay, 2 teams that both wear green. Neither are called the Jets because this is the playoffs, and the Jets don't make the playoffs.
But I always get the Eagles picks right.
That's right. Mark Fusetti wearing his military Eagles hoodie. Pick?
Eagles 31, Green Bay 21.
Wow.
And 10. Newman Price.
Ditto.
Absolutely.
31-21.
Wow.
Absolutely.
So nobody's picking the Packers. Wow.
No.
Good.
Although, if the Eagles lose and Sirianni is fired, Newman Price will serve some subpoenas.
I'll do it.
To Nick. Not this Nick, but the Nick that can't win. All right, that'll do it for us. We find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show just 6 minutes out.
Yeah, we may take this. Trump is leaning forward. He's virtual. He's waiting to hear, what's going to happen here, and then we'll wait to see how quickly they file the appeal. So it'll speed up the appeals process. Kathy Barnett will be here 10:30 this morning. She'll promote what she's doing for the Kathy Barnett Show tomorrow here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have so much breaking, so much developing. Stay right there.
I love how Fox News has like the play-by-play up of the Trump thing. He's leaning forward on the screen. This might be almost as insane as the COVID death tracker on CNN from 4 years ago. Trump has just picked his nose at 9:54 a.m. More details to follow. All right, everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy the Dawn Show. Enjoy the Eagles game. And we will talk to you Monday morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best.